Hey everybody, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to you all, and welcome to Azshara. Thank you guys for joining me. Let's see here, so we had done a chunk of the hinterlands. I think we basically finished everything that there is here to do. I have mail. Oh, from the auction house, that's right, we put some stuff up on the auction house. We'll check that. Lael, Talon, Carnifexia, Jake, welcome to the stream, guys. Ooh. Oh, we sold the one-handed axe. That's awesome. 26 gold. That's a lot of gold for me. And then we sold the stacks of mage weave cloth for 250 each. Oh, that's very nice. We're up to 122 gold that I absolutely don't need at all. So that's good. That could get us weapons, that could support alts. I still have no idea what my horde alt is going to be, but it's probably going to happen soonish. So let's see. Yeah, Hinterlands, Rinji's Secret. What was this one? This was going to the Undercity. Elegant Long Feathers. I think I decided not to do this one. Ancient Egg. Yeah, I think we're out of here. The question is, where are we going next? I should probably try to head down to Tanarus to like turn some stuff in. But I think we're going to go to Felwood next, so Tanarus is kind of out of my way right now. Maybe I wait on going back to Tanarus until we're ready to do Ungoro. So what would be my easiest way to get to Felwood? That's the question. I don't know if there is an easy way. I think it might take a while no matter what we do. Mr. Blaster, good morning to you, buddy. Grabbing the flight point here at all would be good, because apparently we haven't done that yet. Okay, so we can just go right to Undercity. We can get on the Zeppelin. That's going to be our best and only bet. You know, there's a dock here, but there's not a boat here. I wonder if they've ever thought of adding a horde boat here that could take us somewhere useful. Because it does have this very long dock that looks perfect for a boat to come up to. Dante, happy Saturday to you, pal. Ogremar through the Barrens in Ashenvale. Yeah, you know what? I think we should have a flight point in Ashenvale. We should at least have Splinter Tree Post. So we should be able to fly from Ogremar. At least I think we did Ashenvale stuff. I could be wrong. Let's have a look. Yeah, it looks like we've done some basic Ashenvale stuff. We've uncovered parts of the map, so I have to assume we have Splinter Tree Post, and we'll make the run from there. And then we're just gonna do, like, you know, the first handful of quests. Anything like level 48 is good, level 51 is good, level 54 might be okay. Well, we're not going to have a ton of stuff to do, but I want to get into the zone before I start working on Ungoro. It's just kind of what I do. Like, I do some of the stuff in Felwood, we go to Ungoro, then we come back later to do the northern part of Felwood. I would like to do Ungoro, the rest of Felwood, and then ideally right into Winter Spring. And then Winter Spring, if I have to do more zones after Winter Spring, I guess Silithus. I don't really want to do the Plaguelands. Maybe I should, because I'm a Paladin. I'm kind of best suited to deal with all the nonsense in the Plaguelands. Because we can cure poison, we can use Exorcism on the undead there and deal bonus damage. So maybe we should do the Plaguelands, but man, the Plaguelands are painful. I feel like I die in the Plaguelands more than I die anywhere else. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how the leveling goes, because I don't know how much they reduced leveling from 50 to 58. Or if it's going to be the same old slog that it always was. If it's the same old slog that it always was, then we're going to need all the zones. We're going to need Silithus, Eastern Plaguelands, Western Plaguelands, Winter Spring. We're going to need all of it. If they reduce some of the XP, then we might get off lucky. We might not need all of the Plaguelands. Was it around TBC that they fixed Shadow Priest and balanced Druid mana cost issues? Oh, I'm not sure. I'm not sure specifically about those two classes. But I do feel like a lot of the mana issues from vanilla, they're not like taken away in TBC, but they are alleviated a little bit. So if a spec had really, really bad mana issues, it probably is a little bit better now. Now, oftentimes for it to get better, you have to wait till you get to higher level and get some like specific talents and stuff like that. But it's probably better than it was in vanilla. Have I ever played City of Heroes? If I did, it would have been like way back in the day when it first came out. I used to try like every MMO that came out, you know, just to give it a shot. Obviously, most of them didn't stick. Should try it now again. It's completely free. Oh man, if only I had time to try a bunch of games these days. Right now, the only thing on my radar as far as like stuff that's not WoW is going to be the ESO update that happens in June. They're adding open world difficulty settings to ESO. So you might be able to actually play the game and have it feel like your button presses and your HP and your mana matter. So I'm going to check that out. But besides that, I don't really have like... I don't really have time to try a bunch of different stuff. And I'm always wary of free-to-play games. Just because they gotta make their money somehow. Yeah, I get that it's like an increase to HP and stuff. That's fine. I want to be able to press my buttons and feel like pressing the buttons matters. Whereas like in the past when I would play ESO, you could basically just auto attack on any class. Like you build any class and you just go click, 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 and everything dies. And I just want to have to push my buttons a bit. All right, from here we were just going to the tower. That was close. I would not have tried that on hardcore. That looked like a death elevator to me. Never go into an elevator that you find the door waiting for you. In real life and in WoW. Like if you round the corner and the elevator door is open and nobody's on it, and you didn't see the door open, then don't get on that one. Just wait for the next one. An inviting elevator is bad news. Am I gonna make this Zeppelin, and is it even... oh wait. Oh, both the Zeppelins are here. Yeah, this is the Ogremar one. I think we're good. Blood Elf Priest, we will give you Wisdom. Enjoy that, buddy. Oh man, the Zeppelin is empty. I always get a weird vibe when the Zeppelin's empty. But I guess like maybe now people are focused on Outland stuff and maybe people are not rolling a lot of alts at this point in the expansion. They need to do a Joyous Journey for TBC. I kind of thought they would do a Joyous Journey between like the phases, like before the next phase release, but I guess not. They did one for Mist of Pandaria instead. Because that's still a game they expect people to play for some reason. At some point, we need to hit up a vendor before we head to Felwood. So whenever we land in Ashenvale, I have to sell some stuff. Because from what I remember, there are no vendors in the southern part of Felwood.
What are you looking for?
We do have Splinter Tree Post. That's awesome. Oh, you know what? We had found there were a couple of quests in Azshara. And they were like level 47? Yeah. What level are we? Oh. Man. I feel like I want to check these out. We're almost past the level for them. 47. 5 levels? It's not gray. One more level and it would go gray. I'm gonna go check these out. And then we have a couple of other things over here. We have a breadcrumb. We have a level 52 quest. We have a level 53 quest out here. I might do this stuff. We never really get to spend time in Azshara. So we should go do these quests. And then we can head to Felwood after that. First off, let's find a vendor. Heavy armor merchant. That seems likely. Now that I know I can sell the mage weave for like consistently 2 gold a stack, I'm definitely going to hang on to it and put it on the auction house. Probably could have done that while we were in Orgrimmar. We haven't been mining at all. I'm going to ditch the mining pick for the time being because we literally haven't been using it. I'm gonna ditch the jeweler's kit for the time being because we really haven't been using it. Let's just sell this stuff. Right now it's all about having a clean inventory. I have so many quest items, many of which I probably don't need anymore. But I'm kind of hesitant to toss any of them on the ground. The swim speed potion I don't care about. The underwater breathing is always nice. But swim speed? Like, I don't really care about swim speed.
Farewell.
Let's do that. Let's pop scrolls that we got. I'm gonna drop these beacons on the ground. We're never gonna do these. Perfect. All right, let's see what these are about. Oh, wait a minute, wait a minute. I see red. Okay, we're safe over here, maybe. Oh, this is kind of precarious. It looks like we're safe. Let's see, those sentinels over there have allowed me to share their camp as long as I promise no trouble will follow. I am sure you can appreciate the need for diplomacy while here, yes? I am here investigating disturbances of the land, and since it aids their cause also, they have agreed that my presence here could only aid the tenuous alliance between all of Azeroth's races. If you wish to aid me, then I would appreciate it, but regardless, please try not to cause any trouble, so no PvP.
Ancestors must...
Spiritual unrest. Long ago, the Highborn were some of the most powerful students of the arcane the Night Elves ever produced. The corruption that comes along with such studies caused much harm to Night Elf society and greatly affected all of Azeroth, as I'm sure you well know. Or maybe at this point you don't. I promised the Sentinels that I would release the spirits from their mortal bonds as I find them. If you would do the same, then I am sure I can reward you some. I love to be rewarded some.
Walk with the
Not too much, though.
We shall meet.
And a land filled with hatred. The Satyr, a disfigured, evil aspect of the Night Elves, now infect the sacred lands once traveled by Cenarius. I cannot speak for the Night Elves when it comes to all the atrocities those demonic creatures have committed, but I have sworn an oath to the Earth Mother to aid the Elves in ridding the land of such a nuisance. I am sure you would prove yourself if you aided me in purging them. Northeast of here you can find the Haldar clan. Return to me after you've tested yourself against their power. So yeah, a bunch of satyrs.
Go in peace.
This is cool. I have no idea where we're going. Let's see. Just up the road a ways. And then we'll fight our way over here, and then we'll turn in these and we'll check out these other quests. That is the plan. Zachariah, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us today. I have a small spider crawling right over my second monitor, right over chat. You guys have a spider on you. Oh, there he goes. Now he's crawling over my OBS. Just a teensy weensy little spider. I'm gonna leave him be. Oh my god, we have another player here? What? A troll mage. Oh, I thought for sure we'd be alone. I mean, I guess we did see a couple of bodies back there that we couldn't account for. A troll mage of all things. You guys ever notice that when these banshees attack, their face changes? Their face like flashes into like... It almost looks like a skull. But yeah, if you pay attention to the banshees when they attack and look at their face, it changes when they attack. It's actually a really cool effect. You guys see it? It's pretty cool. I feel like it's one of those little details that like 90% of players never notice. Zachariah, I'm glad that you're digging the Night Elf content. I am having a lot of fun on that character. It's quite a throwback for me. We've got players over here as well. This place is crawling today. We have a Night Elf Hunter level 50. Alright. Some competition for us. Maybe they added a few things to Azshara for TBC. I really don't know. I know they added a bunch of stuff to places like Dustswallow Marsh. Swamp of Sorrows got some added quests. But I don't know if maybe Azshara got some added quests too. And maybe that explains why we're actually seeing people here. It's a very small area for the satyrs. Well, then again, we only need 10 of them total. But we need 3 different kinds of them. Alright, well, with other people here, I think I'm gonna go up to the camp. We'll grab the flight point. And we'll see what these other quests are about, and then we'll circle back. Maybe these other players will have cleared out by then. The days we've spent here in Azshara are not among our best and most glorious, but we are still young, and blood still courses through our veins. We shall find victory here. It is only a matter of time. Well, buddy, they never added the big PvP world events, so I don't know if you ever found honor or not.
With honor.
Ah, Belgrim wisened up and finally sent someone not in his ranks to aid us, did he? This camp used to be a dozen warriors strong, but now they're all dead. That mage, Rimtori, has slain them all. She played Belgrim like a lute. It's none of my business, but between you and I, she is quite beguiling. That's probably why I'm still out here helping Belgrim. I probably would have done the same thing.
For the
Okay.
Horde.
We've sent everything we had at her and her workers, but they are strong in battle. None have bothered to return. I'm assuming some have died, but I'm sure others simply ran. Cowards. But now that reinforcements have arrived, perhaps there's still something we can do. Perhaps we can still punish her for lying and betraying Belgrim. I have no idea what they're talking about. We got a breadcrumb here at some point, but I don't feel like we're really caught up on who all these people are. We start our crusade against her workers along the southern bluffs on the northern peninsula of Azshara. Kill them with bloody rage. Let them know they've betrayed the wrong allies. Do not concern yourself with her yet. She spends most of her time with her bodyguards searching Azshara. It would be prudent after you've slain her workers to find her personal camp. Scouting out where we can attack her would be wise. Perhaps there is something there we can use to provoke her. This is all quite involved and I have no idea what lady they're talking about. Seems cool, though. I see you've come from Orgrimmar to aid us. I'm glad. I want to be out of this Forsaken Forest as quickly as possible. I'd much rather be spending my time in Orgrimmar with good ale. Although I cannot wait to hear how Belgrim talked you into coming out here. Who is Belgrim? When did we meet Belgrim, guys? He seems like he's important. Everybody here knows him. I admit, I've made the most of my situation in Azshara. Belgrim's punishment has had its share of benefits. Before I left, I did some research and you would be surprised how many valuable items are lying around. I'll tell you more about my deals and even give you a cut of the profits if you help me gather some of them. There are tablets throughout the ruins of Eldarath to the east that I need. All 4 are named after highborn wizards. Get them for me and we'll talk some more. This is the one quest that I remember doing way back in vanilla. Way back in 2004, 2005. The only quest I remember ever doing in Azshara is this quest. Because I remember looking for these 4 different ruined tablets. And finding them back in the day was a real pain. Alright, so everything else is taking us like quite far afield. Which is fine. Yeah, let's just go do this stuff. We'll look for the tablets first, and then we'll go all the way out here and do the kill quest. I feel like they had to have added some of the stuff here. Maybe all this weird stuff with this Belgrim guy. And this beguiling mage lady. Maybe that's the stuff they added in TBC. Oh, I think we're going to mainly be... Yeah, we're going to be in the ruins, aren't we? Yeah, we're going into the ruins. No reason to avoid all these fights. Oh god, they can disarm us. That's annoying. I need to get a weapon chain. I've been hearing about this item for years now, and I still have never bought one. But a weapon chain will make it so you can't be disarmed. And that would be amazing. Have I tried out Protection Palette? Yeah, we have it as our second spec. We soloed with it for a while. We've done some tanking with it in ZF. We soloed with it a bit. I feel like prot spec soloing is nice when the mobs are like at your level or above your level. Or if you really want to pull like multiple mobs at a time. Then it's like, you know, your best bet. If you're killing like single enemies though, and the enemies are not at your level, then I feel like ret is the way to go. Alright, we got markers on our map that supposedly... I'm assuming these are leading us to potential spawn points. but maybe not to guaranteed spawn points. Amy, that's great. Thanks for letting me know. Maybe the ravine is the way. These guys have a silence. All right, here we go. Tablet number 1. Tablet of Jin Yale. Here's one. Tablet of Beth Amara. Oh, look at that. They still sparkle even if you already have that one. That's weird. So we could pick up multiples? Why would I ever want to pick up multiples? It seems like an easy way to screw other players out of getting their objectives. So I have no need for multiples, unless it's some kind of repeatable quest. Which, like, by the nature of it would be weird. That's another duplicate tablet, so we're looking for the tablet of Sail High. And we haven't seen one of those yet. And all the objectives are just leading us back to ones we already have. So I wonder if I need to start ignoring the Questie objectives. Or if I really need to go back the way I came. Oh, there we go. Yeah, see how it's not marked by Questie at all? I feel like for quests like this, you just ought to ignore the Questie markers completely. Oh man, we're aggroing so many enemies and getting into so many problems here. It's a pretty dense area. Alright, so with that done, let's head all the way out here to the northeast. Assuming we can find a way out of the valley. I wonder if we're going to have to follow the road back out and go around, or if they're going to let us out of here somehow. Through some, like, clever use of the terrain. Or if I'm just about to run into a corner of the map that I can't get out of. This looks like... no, it looks bad. At first it looked like it might go through. Oh, please tell me this lets out somewhere. Oh my god, I knew it! This is exactly what I just said was gonna happen. Okay, I mean, I just have to assume we have to run either we can run out to the water. Maybe we just run out to the water if we can get to the water's edge. Then maybe we can just swim around a little bit. Oh Jesus. Okay. Oh yeah, that's a rip. Oh god, we're alive. Okay. Fun times. Not exactly how I wanted to do it, but at least we dropped aggro. 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. Alright, let's go. Denver Jack, welcome to the stream, man. Thanks for joining us today. Hope you're doing well. I guess, like, I can't read maps. I'm never gonna get out of here. Like, I don't even think I can come over here. Like, maybe I can. Like, maybe I can swim from here all the way over here, but, like, I'm well and truly stuck down here. This is obviously, like, very intentional terrain design. I'm gonna try to run to the end here and see if we can even swim around that way. Or if there's going to be some other barrier that I have not considered. I mean, these cliffs all look really high and really insurmountable. We've got murlocs lurking in the water, obviously, just to give us a hard time. I chose really poorly. We should have just backed out of the city down the road, and we should have taken the overland route to get where we're going. They obviously designed this route to punish people who tried to go this way. Yeah, I think we're screwed, guys. I don't think there's going to be anywhere at all along this entire area, except maybe all the way down here. That's the only place that I can see where, like, maybe we can attain the mainland. Oh yeah. Oh, we're just screwed. I tried to think a little bit outside of the box. I was like, you know, they want me to go back to the road, let's not do that. And in this case, thinking outside of the box really screwed me over. On the plus side, we're definitely seeing corners of Azeroth that I've never set foot in. So there's that. Oh god. Oh, I hate these things too. This is why I say prod is better whenever you're fighting stuff that's at your level or above your level, because when you're fighting stuff at your level or above your level, you never crit. And for arms warriors and for ret paladins, you have to crit. Like, you have to get a decent crit in at least once every fight for the flow of your combat to feel right. And if you go through a fight without getting a crit, it's gonna feel really bad, and you're gonna get beat on really bad. And so, like, all these guys are like level 53, level 54. I'm contemplating switching over to prot. In fact, I think I will. Because we're just not proccing any of our cool stuff. We're not seeing any big crits fire off or anything like that. So let's go this route, and maybe that will at least save us a little bit of HP. Maybe not, we'll see. I forgot that it drops you from, like, you lose all your mana when you respec. I really wish that when you switch specs, you just come in at full mana. That'd be awesome. Oh, you know what we're missing though? We don't have any mana return on our judgment. Like, on red spec we have the 80% return to our mana. And with this spec we don't have that. So man, so we're gonna be okay on HP, but now we're gonna blow through mana. It's just like there's no way to win, right? How many people on the server? About 7. I think there's at least 7 people. Real numbers may vary. Oh, this is not a good situation. Level 55 over here to our right. And he's an oracle. I'm surprised he hasn't whipped out a heal yet. We're dealing no damage. We're barely hitting. Is he casting at me and I can't see it? Or am I getting hit by something else? Oh, what a freaking mess. What a mess this has been. Coming to Azshara? I don't know if it was a good idea. I can't fight this guy. I just gotta get my body somewhere where, like, maybe I can get the hell out of here next time. That's all it's about. Like, can I get my body somewhere? Or I can die, and then maybe I can get out of this hell. Where I'm, like, stuck on the beach. I can't get out of the beach. Like, the beach is my life now. Like, I just want to get off of this beach. Oh my god. Just leave me alone. Alright, we need to mount up, and we need to get out of here. Is it a shield or a fist weapon? It'd be funny if it was a fist weapon. It's a shield. Paladins can't wear fist weapons. As cool as it would be to have like a paladin monk style build. There are monks in the Scarlet Monastery that use the light. You know, when we go to Scarlet Monastery we fight those monks. And they're light wielding monks. And I feel like that'd be a valid expression of a paladin. Fist Paladin. Pugilist of the Light. Oh dear God. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. We are just gonna keep running. Keep on running. Lots of really interesting and diverse enemies here. Unfortunately for me at the moment. Also very dense. Very dense with mobs. Okay, we have finally arrived. After the biggest detour ever seen in the history of anything, we've revealed the entire map of Azshara. And we're finally at our objective, so... And as soon as we get to our objective, my dogs begin barking maniacally. Joey the Boy, thank you so much for the $6.66 super chat. Very much appreciated. You don't have to be sorry for not being around. I haven't been streaming a lot recently, so... I haven't been around for you to be around. Alright, I'm gonna ignore my dog and I'm gonna start killing these blood elves. I guess I'm killing fellow blood elves. Blood elf surveyor. I don't feel great about this, but we'll do it. Okay, a coffee refill? Yeah. Got some Starbucks coffee. We might be able to go back to re-spec on these guys. I just don't really... I don't like how much mana I'm spending. It's crazy that ret has a way of conserving mana and prot doesn't. Because out of the two specs, you really want your tank to be able to keep going. You want your tank to be able to save mana. And don't tell me to use Blessing of Wisdom. That's not the answer. Because that's going to help, but that's not going to keep our mana going. So don't even do it, chat. Have you tried Blessing of Wisdom? Oh, I never thought of Blessing of Wisdom. Son of a bitch. Maybe we just stay proc, because we keep getting jumped by multiple enemies. Maybe this is just how we'll do it, and we'll drink every single fight. They're dealing a lot of magic damage though, and I don't feel like being prot is as helpful against all of this magic damage. Suddenly everything in the game is beating my ass. I don't like it. Son of a biscuit. What in the actual F? Oh yeah, bro, feel free. Just jump right in here. I'm almost dead anyway. Unreal. Maybe we're not meant to be here. Maybe we should just go. Let's go do something else. We'll come back later. We're too low level, and I don't have the patience. Yeah, I think this is no. We're not doing it like this. I don't think I'm gonna be here. I think I'm gonna get out of there. I think I'm gonna head back this way and work on the stuff we can work on and not frustrate myself so much. I don't know where all these guys are coming from or why we're like aggroing 2, 3, 4 enemies every time we stop moving, but that's what's happening and I don't have the character power to deal with it, so let's just skedaddle. Who is this person? Okay. I turned the quest into him, he vanished, and then we were in a little rune circle, and then this guy appeared. I'm not sure exactly what happened.
What can I do for you?
Oh, he's teleporting us somewhere. What is the purpose of him teleporting us up here? Okay. I see.
Hey there. See you around.
The return trip. Okay. Sure, so maybe there's something very specific that we have to do. I don't know. I'm not going to worry about that now. Let's turn this in. Let's make sure we grab the flight point. What do we have here? Oh, these are the tablets. 7,300 XP. That's pretty good. We got more quests. That goes to Thunder. Okay, so this is just taking the tablets to different cities. Thunderbluff, Orgrimmar, Undercity, and somewhere in Azshara. That's like 15,000 XP altogether. We'll do that at some point, but not right now. I wonder if it's maybe smart to do the Orgrimmar one now, since we're pretty close to Org. Oh well, we'll just do it whenever. Let's make sure that we have the flight point. Yeah, we definitely don't have the flight point yet. Okay, so that'll be easy enough to do for like a free 1,500 XP. Or 15,000 rather. Well, let's go take care of this low-level quest, and then we'll get out of here and we'll head into Felwood. Apparently my Questie just broke. It was working completely fine. And then it imploded. As soon as I moved the map, it imploded. Maybe it was a Leatrix maps issue. Have I played the critically acclaimed MMORPG, Final Fantasy XIV? Yes. Yeah. I played Final Fantasy A Realm Reborn when it was 1.0. And I played on and off up through Shadowbringers. I will say the game was a much more compelling MMORPG back in like the 1.0 to 2.0 eras. Back when you had to do like other stuff besides the MSQ to level up. And I feel like Final Fantasy XIV stopped being a real like open world MMORPG and just became like it's a JRPG, but it's almost like it almost plays out like a visual novel, because you just go from one place to another, and all you're really doing is having conversations with NPCs. Every once in a while you'll fight a mob in the open world for a story quest, or you'll do like a dungeon. But besides that, you're just talking to people for 300 hours. And it's all great story and everything, but it lacks a lot of gameplay elements that I look for as like a solo player of MMOs. As someone who just enjoys having like a leveling adventure in the open world, it just lacks a lot. Like 1.0 to 2.0 Realm Reborn were pretty good. But I feel like especially after Shadowbringers, it's a big old story, and there's endgame stuff to do, and that's really all. And I got story and endgame stuff to do in Midnight, you know. Better the devil you know. Crispy, happy Saturday, buddy. Thanks for joining us today. All right, we're gonna go back to Ret. Just because I'm sick of running out of mana. It's absolutely insane. Apparently my add-ons are just busted today. I love it how like the add-ons work, you're playing, everything's working, it's working, and then suddenly it just stops working. And you're just like, well, like, how are you working to begin with? If you really needed an update, like, how are you working to begin with? And what exactly was the trigger that caused you to stop being able to work properly? Like, what happened? I moved the map a little bit. And then Questie just like... it took a big old dump. And I guess I don't need it to work, but I would like it to work. Like somewhere around here there's a camp of Satyr that I need, and like for the life of me I don't really know where they're at. It's a very small camp. And so that's why it would be really useful if my Questie could just go back to working like it was. You know, like 10 minutes ago when it was working fine. Maybe it's like maybe an option got toggled. Maybe that's what's going on. Yeah, look at that. Somehow this got toggled off. Like what could have toggled this off? It was on and it was working great. And then suddenly it was like, no, you have this turned off. You have it turned off. And I'm like, no, I don't have it turned off. It was clearly on. We all saw it. Very weird. Dante, thank you very much for the membership. I appreciate that, buddy. Here we go. We got Satyr. All right. Let's get this one done. No other players in the area this time. I wonder if these used to be elites. And maybe that's why they only want us to kill 6, 2, and 2. Usually when you see numbers like that, that would be when it's like asking you to kill elites. They weren't elites before. So weird. It's a weird number of enemies to ask you to kill. But maybe the quest writer understood the limited area that the mobs were going to be in. Maybe they actually realized, oh, we're only putting these guys in a tiny area. We better ask for a tiny number of kills. Because you don't see numbers that small very often when it comes to classic kill quests. We did a quest the other day in the Hinterlands where we had to kill 60 high elves. And that's typically like more of what you'll see. We're just getting like absolutely beat on by everything that moves. Oh, we have an imp blasting us from down there. That makes sense. 60 high elves for real? Yeah. There were 4 different types of high elves, and we had to kill 15 of each type. It was 60. I'm not exaggerating for this one. It was a quest in the hinterlands out of Raven Tusk Village. They had us go to the high elf area in the hinterlands, and we killed 60 high elves. And it was great. We got a ton of kill XP. There were lots of mobs for the most part. We only had to wait for respawns like once. But yeah, 60. Kind of like the original Nezingwari quest in Nagrand. Like, I think when you go to Nagrand, it's like 30 of each type of creature. And you do like 6 or 7 quests. So it ends up being a ton of kills. I don't need any more of those guys. What do I need? Oh god, you're alliance tagged. Why is there an alliance tagged lady hanging out with a bunch of Satyr? Wouldn't they be her enemy too? Is she like a quest giver for the alliance or something? Maybe she's like an escort quest? Because like she can't be on friendly terms with these people. But she looks like she's got her own tent and everything. I am thoroughly confused as to what she's doing here. Buffalo Bill, good morning to you, buddy. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well today. Alright, that's it for our 2 level 47 quests. Let's go turn these in. And then I think we're just going to head into Felwood. And we're going to follow the original plan. We're going to tackle the low level stuff here. And then when we're like level 54, 55, we can come back here. We can grab those run around quests, but then we can also tackle the higher level stuff out to the east. Assuming we'll have a much better time with it when we're a couple levels higher than we are now. And hopefully maybe have like a weapon upgrade by then. Would be great. This is level 43. 10 levels old, and it's a blue with Crusader. It's still really good. But the hope would be eventually to find something better. I just don't know when or where we're going to have the opportunity to really do that. Do I actually like Felwood? I don't know if I like it. But there are quests that we need to do there. Like, it's a lot of running north and south. That's the bad thing about zones like Felwood, zones like Darkshore. Is like aesthetically they're fine, but what happens is you're doing a lot of running north and south, and it gets kind of tedious to only run in the 2 directions.
Greetings, traveler. May the eternal sun shine upon thee.
Well, there we go. That was a good chunk of XP. We don't have a flight point here at this place. So we're gonna have to mount up and we'll make the run to Felwood from here. Unguro's good. We're gonna spend a ton of time in Unguro Crater. I like Unguro. Unguro's got a lot of mob density, but at the same time, like, at least when you start off, you need to kill basically everything that walks. So the mob density kind of works for you. It's just a zone that you don't want to go into under level, because every mob does some really troublesome thing. Like, you got the tar monsters that disarm you, you've got poisons, you've got the Silithid things that give like stacking debuffs against attack damage. Everything in the zone does something like extra special annoying. And they're all pretty tough, so it's like you just can't go there under level, otherwise you're gonna have a really, really bad time. Am I the only person that's bothered by the fact that we don't have any ear physics when we're on the mounts? Like, the character's just like completely rigid on mounts. It's the same in Modern WoW, I think. I don't even think in Modern WoW there are any like character physics while you're mounted. But for some reason elf ears like particularly bother me because it's just like very obvious that they're not moving at all. And when you're running, they're like bouncing around. Crispy, it's okay to be basic. Favorite race, human. Favorite zone, Elwyn Forest. It's okay, we need basic people, because without basic people, then the far out people wouldn't know that they're far out. And if there weren't far out people, you know, then the basic people wouldn't know that they're basic. It all works together. Bighorn Kevin, welcome to the stream and thanks for joining us. Steven, welcome to the stream. I am doing great. Thanks for joining us. The transitioning between Ashenvale and Felwood is very nicely done. Alright, so let's grab Timbermaw Ally. 6 warriors, 6 pathfinders, 6 gardeners. That's right nearby, we can do that. Ooh, we have a flight point here? There wasn't always a flight point here. I'm pretty sure this flight point must have been added for TBC. This is really nice.
Well met.
Ooh.
With
Fancy.
your back.
Look at that. That's some major quality of life. Really cool. Okay. Did they add a vendor? I don't think they added a vendor. Oh, wait. No, no. No. They got halfway there. They made the camp like slightly functional. The other flight point was added. Oh, you know what? I typically play Alliance, so like is this a horde only flight point? And the Alliance just doesn't have one here still. Oh, that's what's going on. Well, that's a bummer. Another reason why the horde is better in Classic. Verifying the corruption. This is level 54.
I've been
Entropic Beasts and Entropic Horrors. I don't think I want to do that one on this visit. That's a bit of a high level. But the Forces of Jadenar I think we can do. 6 hounds, or 4 hounds, 4 guardsmen, 6 adepts, and 6 cultists. Yeah, well, we can do those 2 at least. Let's go work on the Timbermaw stuff first. The other flight point. So the other flight point... I mean, there's the Alliance flight point up here, and then there's the this must be it right here, the other Horde flight point. We get 2 flight points in the zone, but we don't get the far northern one, which is kind of a bummer. I kind of wish we got this one too. Just to complete the set. Now the question is, are we going to have a lot of other players in the area? Yeah, as I see people running in circles. And I see all the dead bodies. We have mobs alive though, so living mobs is a good sign. Maybe we pull a couple of these guys just to get some tags. Can probably survive that. They're level 50. It's not too bad. Oh, man. I was close to getting the tag on that guy. I guess the Warlock really, really wanted it. He was already fighting 2 guys. I kind of felt by taking that guy I'd be helping him out, but I guess as a Warlock he doesn't need the help. Because he can probably juggle like 3 or 4 enemies at a time between his pet and his dots. Sounds fun. Although we do have, yeah, respawns coming in hot. That guy just respawned right in front of him. There's a quest in the middle of Felwood where the other flight point is. The quest is to kill the named guy. Oh. Yeah, there's a level 51 quest here. And a level 54. Maybe I should grab that. I was kind of thinking we'll go up there once we go up to do the Forces of Jadenar. That would be a good time to make our way back. I'm not sure how to get back there. I'm assuming maybe like a mountain path or something would lead us up. Yeah, when we go do this quest, we'll go grab these ones. At least we'll grab the 2 yellow ones. I'm not going to bother with the orange one for right now. The name guy's where I am. Yeah, you know, that's fine. We'll come back and kill him. Because, like, otherwise, like, if I could run up there now, but I don't like it being set up like that. Ooh, that's kind of annoying. If I run up there now, we could fly back. But then I'm thinking, like, what are my odds of actually tagging a named guy back here with all these players? We have Horde players, we have Alliance players. We'll go do it, we'll go grab it, that's fine. And then we'll just fly back. But it's kind of troublesome. Somehow this zone will still manage to be really inconvenient even with the added flight points. That's hilarious. Kevin, thank you so much for the super chat, and thank you for being here. I really do appreciate that. I've been trying to do at least 2 streams a week. Usually we'll do 1 weekday stream and 1 weekend stream, with the days kind of varying a little bit depending on what I have going on. While we're up here, we're just gonna do the kill quest here for the Jadenar people. That way we can turn it in when we fly back south and we can grab whatever the follow-up is. Because I am pretty sure there's gonna be a follow-up. I feel like if they're demon affiliated, I should be able to hit them with exorcism. Like these Jadenar cultists, I feel like they should be, they're like heavily influenced by the Fel and by demons, and I feel like in that scenario, exorcism should be able to damage them. From like an RP perspective. But this guy I can hit with exorcism. Yeah, see, he's a hellhound. That's nice. Was it Wrath of the Lich King where they make it finally so that you can hit anything with exorcism? Is that when they changed that? I feel like exorcism also had like a proc in Wrath of the Lich King. I remember Wrath being like peak Ret Pally. Starlord, good afternoon to you. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us today. That was Kata. Oh, okay. Interesting. We have a Night Elf Rogue back here with us, level 53. Are warlocks any good in TBC? When it comes to like people wanting them in groups? Or do people just take a mage? They are good. At this point, I feel like I'm going to be ready for an alt long before I've decided what my alt is going to be. Like, I've been kind of feeling that, like, itch, like, oh, I'd love to have a Horde alt. But I just, like, I'm so undecided on, like, what I want it to be, what I want it to do, like... I feel like a lot of different things could be fun. Well, I'd love to find some version of the Warlock that I like. And a Blood Elf Warlock works really well, just like aesthetically. Everybody wants Shadow Priest in their groups and raids. Yeah, see, I don't plan to really do any raiding. But just thinking about like 5-man heroics. Oh my god, I'm getting slapped. Oh, I went for my bubble, guys. I swear I went for my bubble. I just went like 1 split second too late. We've been getting smacked around quite a bit today. My mind is distracted. Got some things going on. So yeah, I blame myself. This is like the 3rd or 4th time we've died. Do Rogue again, lol? Oh, Rogue felt so crappy after the TBC pre-patch dropped, I'll tell you. I was loving the Rogue in vanilla. We had our Dwarf Rogue at like level 53 or 54. And we were in Ungoro Crater and I was kicking ass and loving it. And then the TBC pre-patch hit. And I got on that character and it felt like we were hitting like a wet noodle, and like some of the buttons were like felt different, and like things just did not feel fun anymore. I don't know what it is, because I've had fun on a TBC Rogue before. Like I had a human TBC Rogue during the first Joyous Journey they ever did. And I loved that character. It was a ton of fun. But for some reason going from the vanilla Rogue and then like the TBC change happening and me continuing that character, oh, it felt so bad. It felt bad. Like I think I will try a Rogue again someday, because like I said, I have a solid playthrough where I know I had a ton of fun on a TBC Rogue. Maybe I just need to remake that Rogue, or maybe I just need to do something different, but I don't know what it was. It just like suddenly did not feel fun like it had felt. They nerfed rogues in TBC, and you see, like, if I leveled up a rogue completely in TBC, I might not know that. You know what I mean? Like, if we had just leveled it up as a TBC rogue, then we might not know that it got weaker. But what happened was I had the vanilla rogue, and we were really strong, and then the next day I was suddenly weak, and it just felt really bad. And I just like couldn't stick with it after that. I lost all desire to log into the character, basically, because it felt like I had achieved a point and like achieved a style of play that I thought was like really fun, really rewarding. I was kicking ass, you know, I felt strong, and then suddenly I didn't feel strong, and I was like, yeah, no. But maybe one day we'll go fresh, or maybe we'll wait for Wrath of the Lich King. Like maybe rogues will get better in Wrath, and that's when we'll do like our big rogue playthrough, because I had a lot of fun on the rogue. Obviously, like we got it to 54 in vanilla, so I was obviously having a lot of fun on it. It just didn't feel the same. Maybe I'll do what I did that first time and we'll save Rogue for a Joyous Journey. Maybe it was partially the Joyous Journey that I had such fun on that character. That could be it. Hey, you Wave. Good morning to you. Welcome to the stream and thanks for joining us. Oh dear God. What have I done? I've made a terrible mistake. 40... Oh man, 4 minutes on lay on hands. I'm gonna bubble here and I'm gonna heal up. But boy, are we getting stepped on. I mean, this stuff is level 50, 51. You could argue like this would be an okay place to go prot, but then we're gonna have mana issues anyway. And we're gonna be drinking between every fight, so, you know, there's that. That's not great. We're just getting into the part of leveling, I think, where, like, we just start to feel weak for whatever reason. Maybe you get into the level 50s in TBC and maybe you just feel weak, I don't know. It's a nice pile of bodies. Now we drink and eat again. 50s in the TBC is a horrible experience. Yeah, you know what kind of makes it worse? Is like, as you get into the 50s, you can't help but think about, like, Outland. You know what I mean? And this happens to me. Like, as I keep getting into the 50s, I'm like, damn, I'm ready to go to Hellfire Peninsula. Like, mentally, emotionally, like, I'm just ready to be there. And I think that's part of it. At least for me, it feels like it's part of it. Like, I'm ready to have this character through the Dark Portal doing Outland stuff, but I have like 40 hours of gameplay left in vanilla content before that happens. And that's a big 40-hour pill. It's a really big pill to swallow. The lack of random dungeon finder really hurts. Yeah, I hate to keep I feel like I always bring it up and I always rag on it, right? So sometimes these days I hesitate to bring it up, but yeah, absolutely. One of the best things is to be able to be out questing, to throw yourself in the queue, and then you just keep questing, and then every once in a while you just do a dungeon. It just breaks things up, especially in the level 50s when you know, like I said, you have like 30 or 40 hours of gameplay until you can go through the Dark Portal. It would, in some of those dungeons are nice, but they're all in like these far disparate parts of the world in places where you're not leveling up. So it'd be lovely to be able to jump in the queue and just get sent to a dungeon, you know, during this level range especially. If they don't have it for all of Wrath, I don't know if I'll be able to play Wrath Classic again. Because what happened with Wrath originally was I just got really frustrated without being able to find like solid groups, or like I'd get into a group and no one would know what to do. They would just be like, well, what do you guys want to do? Oh, we could do whatever. Oh, what do you want to do? Oh, I'm down for whatever. Like, and no one could just pick a dungeon to do. And it's like, well, gee, if we had the random dungeon tool, because we're all just trying to spam some dungeons, right? And so, like, if they don't put it in Wrath at the beginning of Wrath, I don't know what to think. I have to think that they're trying to make it unenjoyable, and they're trying to give people reasons to not play it. That's the only thing I could think, if they don't put it in at the beginning of Wrath. I don't expect them to put it in TBC, because that would make too much sense. And we can't think that there's anybody on the Classic team who cares enough to really do something substantial that makes sense. So we really can't think it's going to happen during TBC, but it has to go into Wrath right away. It just has to. And if it doesn't, like, I don't know. Because I didn't like my original Wrath experience without it. And I'm not going to like my third experience in Wrath without it anymore. And what I did the last time was I quit the game until the last phase where they put it in. And then I went back to do Heroics. They added Heroic Plus. I did Heroic Plus and the Heroic Plus Plus. And I found that content really fun. But, you know, having Heroic Plus, you have to have the Dungeon Finder queue for that stuff. So just put it in when the game launches. And then I worry about Classic Plus. I think, like, is Classic Plus not going to have the random dungeon tool? Because that would kind of suck. And then what? Am I waiting for a Classic Plus expansion to bring the dungeon tool into the game? Like, I don't want to be stuck in that. I don't want to be in that waiting room. I just want to enjoy Classic Plus. And so for me to do that, you just need to put the random dungeon finder into the game from the very beginning. And you need to have ways to incentivize people to play tank and incentivize people to play healer without relying on other players, like paying them to tank or paying them to heal. You know, because then with the random dungeon finder, you can do the extra loot bags, you can offer extra gold to the roles that are less, like, that are more in demand. And it just gives them a lot of tools to incentivize tanks and healers to actually play the game. Oh, they have a blink. Oh, that's neat. For a minute, I thought the game had given up. But they have some kind of blink. A warlock with blink, that's interesting. Man, there were mobs here for like a hot minute when we first got here. And now there's just like a ton of players. We need more cultists, and we need adepts. We've been getting some adepts to spawn back in, but I haven't seen any cultists. I don't know what this plant is. Okay, whatever it is, we don't have what it wants. Let's go up to the Horde camp. We'll grab the flight point, we'll grab the quest, then we'll come back into this area. And we'll see if maybe we got respawns. Maybe some of these other players will move out of here while we're gone. Or, you know, potentially more players will move in. We'll just have to see. Now the question becomes, how is one to get up into this Horde camp? And is it going to be obvious to someone like me? Or am I going to have a hell of a time with it? I see a road. So I'm going to head to the road. What is this up here? Level 55. Okay, we're not worried about that right now. Well of Corruption.
What is it?
Collect a sample of the corrupted water from the Jadefire Satyr's Moonwell. Okay. I don't think that's the area that we're working in yet. Let's grab this flight point before I straight up forget. Level 51, a husband's last battle. My husband traveled to Felwood for the honor of our clan, doing a battle against the Shadow Council and other corrupt atrocities. After he escaped death numerous times, I received a letter from him saying that a druid asked him for help against a great befouled furbolg named Overlord Roarer. The two were never heard from again. I want this Roar's claw at hand. I want it to pay for leaving me a widow. We should hook this girl up with Mankrik. I bet we can set her up with Mankrik, you know. That might work out. She's a higher level than him, but I don't think he cares about stuff like that. I think he'd be open to it.
Go with honor.
Wild Guardians. Winter Spring lies just beyond Timbermaw, northeast of Felwood. Have you been there? No, because I'd get killed by anything there right now. I have heard that the area is laden with creatures called Wildkin. These beasts have been known to guard secrets of the Night Elves. We must figure out what may be hidden in Winter Spring. I have heard the Ragged Owl Beast can be found just south of the road, and that there are others called Raging Owl Beasts that may be found in the center of Winter Spring. Clear them out and gain access to the land. It's like some RTS mission.
Go forth to victory.
Have I heard about a weapon swing timer for seal twisting? I don't seal twist. Yeah, it's too much hassle. I've never felt like, very rarely do I feel like I need to. And the times when I do seal twist, I'm usually doing a Seal of Righteousness build, because the bonus holy damage makes more sense when you're dealing consistent holy damage with Seal of Righteousness. So with Seal of Corruption, I don't see a good reason to use Seal of Crusader at all, or to seal twist in any way. It really seems like seal twisting is only useful if you do Righteousness build. But either way, I don't often bother with it, unless maybe if I'm fighting an elite and I just absolutely need the extra DPS or something like that. It's just a personal preference. Offhand, I don't need the fish here. I don't need the meat. I don't need. We're starting to get rune cloth, which I hope will sell for like 5 or 6 gold a stack on the auction house. That would be amazing. Alright. Let's go back to our Jadefire area and see if we can get lucky with the cultist and the adepts. We need like a handful more kills. Maybe we can go into the burrow for some of these guys. I can't tell if the map is indicating that or not when it comes to like where the objectives are. Let's pop our head in here and see if we can find any adepts or cultists. Yeah, it looks like there are some down here. Maybe this is why it's taken me so long to do this quest. Just a fundamental misunderstanding about where I should go. But we also have to fight our way back to the Moonwell. Actually, you know what? Scratch that. The Moonwell is in a different area. And I think we get sent to that area for a second kill quest, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm gonna hold off on that one. These guys have mana burn? That's nasty. You keep mana burning me, bro. I got Nun's mana for you. I am gonna pop Lay on Hands here, I think. Maybe. Yes, we're gonna have to do it. Oh my god. I don't know what's going on today. I just can't stop myself from over pulling shit and just getting us killed. Like, no matter what I do. Ugh. It's gross. We are done in there. I'm not going back down there. We need 2 more cultists, and then we're done. I don't know. With all the players here and the respawns and just all the players, I don't know like what it's going to take to get this one done. It makes it difficult when you're looking for a very specific type of enemy and you have all these other people in the area. And then, like, even when there are respawns, it's not the types that we need. We could delve deeper into the caverns below and possibly get killed. Everyone seems to be avoiding that area. Or we can hang out up here and it could take any amount of time to A, get what we need spawned in, and B, we have to beat another player to the punch and get the tag on them. Winter Spring is like 55 and up. You really can't go there until 54 or 55. That's like basically the story of every zone from here on out. Besides Ungoro. Ungoro you can start doing at 52. Winter Spring, Eastern Plaguelands, Western Plaguelands, Blasted Lands, all that stuff requires you to be 55. Silithus I think is like 57. We are basically the Hinterlands was the last like middling level zone that we had to level up in. And now we're looking at just all of the end game zones, which are all very painful and require us to gain a couple more levels. Yeah, there they go. Maybe I can kind of follow these guys in and like cherry pick some mobs. I don't know. So we only need cultist. Here's a cultist, but what am I going to pull with it? That's the big question. Why can't I target this guy? Not in line of sight. I've pulled everything with it because that's all you can do down here is pull everything. There's like literally no way to pull one mob at a time. Let's come back here a bit. He stole my fucking cultist. Son of a biscuit. Mother effer. Not happy with this quest. At least he mana burned one of them and not me. They're just gonna follow me and they're gonna steal the shit from me that they need. That's obviously what's gonna happen, so we're just gonna get out of here. Carnifexia, yeah. Yeah, we talked about that a little bit earlier. Yeah, I played 14 when it first came out. And then I played it again when it hit Realm Reborn. And then I played it on and off up through Shadowlands. If they ever do a Final Fantasy 14 Classic, and they go back to like 1.0, 1.5 of A Realm Reborn, I would play that. Because that was actually an MMORPG. Like back in the days when you had to like level up multiple classes to unlock certain other classes. When you had to do side quests, when you had to do your guild levies. Like back when you had to do things besides just talking to NPCs and doing the MSQ to level up, I would go back and I would play that game. Because when it was an MMORPG, like it was actually fun. When it became a graphic novel with an endgame, it became a lot less fun. So yeah, I'm waiting on FF14 Classic. I guess you missed the boat. Yeah, you know, like most other modern MMOs that are out now, it's like worthless to try to play it now. Like you'll get some kind of experience out of playing it now, but I don't know if it's going to be a valid or fun experience, in my opinion. Alright, well this place is kind of worthless now that it's cleared out. It doesn't really seem to go very deep in here. It doesn't go as deep as some of these. This zone feels like a bottleneck. Yeah, this zone is an absolute bottleneck. Like, we're not making any progress here. It's designed to slow you down during a part of the game that's already very slow. So, you know, because the game used to just be about leveling. That was the game. And there were some raids, but mainly the game was leveling up a character. And so all of these zones are designed to just slow players down and make sure it takes as long as possible to do the quest. And yeah, I think like future me, like I'm gonna level characters to 50 and then we're gonna boost them to 58. That sounds like a good plan. Level the character to 50 and then boost it. You know, then you've gotten a big chunk of gameplay, but you're gonna skip literally the worst part of leveling, because the worst part of leveling in this game currently is 50 to 58. It just becomes a real slog. In my opinion, Joyous Journeys, the 40% XP buff is perfect for TBC. With a 40% XP buff in TBC, you're still going to have to take 150 hours to level the character to 70. But it's going to make the experience a lot more smooth. You're not going to hit these kind of slumps. Shadow usually quit around 40 to 50 in Classic. That's when most people quit, yeah. A lot of people stop in that level range. But the thing is, like, if you can get to Outland, Outland flies, it's great. Everything's great. But you just gotta get to Outland, and getting to Outland is the hardest part. What's the best and worst thing about being a full-time streamer? I'm not a full-time streamer. No, I mostly do recorded content on this channel. But even that, I don't consider that full-time. because I don't consider it like a job at all. To me, full-time is when you have to do something 30 to 40 hours a week. You have to be somewhere. You have to be doing a certain thing. You have to do it. You don't have a choice. Because if you don't do it, the consequences are going to be great. And so nothing I do is like that. I don't have anything I have to do 30 or 40 hours a week. And so I don't consider anything I do full-time. And so I can't really answer the question. What's the best thing about what I do? See, I don't think about things like that. The best thing about what I do, I'm just happy to be alive and have the life that I have. And so I don't think in terms of like, what's the worst thing about my situation? Once you start thinking like that, there's no end to it. You know, I get to play a video game. I don't have anybody else like signing my paychecks. Like, I don't have to go punch into a clock. I'm not stuck at a place at any certain time. Like, there's tons of benefits. But I definitely don't sit there and try to think about like what the worst parts are. In a materialistic society that's capitalist, there's going to be endless amounts of like the worst parts, you know? And so I just don't think like that. It's pointless. It's healthy to be conscious about your situation. It's never healthy to sit there and think, what's the worst part about my situation? That's never healthy. It's also never useful. It's much better to think, is there anything I could do that I'd love to do that I'm not doing? You know, you can think like that. Is there anything else that I could be doing that I would love to do that I'm not currently doing? That's a useful thought and could be a line of thinking that could be useful to you. But sitting there and reminiscing about all the bad shit, like that's an endless list that could go on and on. And how do you know it's bad? How do you know anything is bad? You don't know the outcome of things, so it's really hard to say like a certain thing is bad or a certain thing is good. It's like you ever hear the story of the Chinese farmer? Well, there was a Chinese farmer, and one day there was a big storm, and all of his horses ran off. So that night the neighbors came by and they said, oh, you know, it's really too bad. It's too bad about all your horses. Sorry about that. And he said, maybe. And then the next day, his horse came home, and it had brought with it 2 wild horses. And then the neighbors came by and they said, oh, hey, that's awesome. You got 2 more horses. Great, that's great. Then the farmer said, maybe. And then the next day, the farmer's son was trying to break the horses in, you know, so you can saddle them and ride them and all that stuff. And one of the wild horses threw the son and he broke his leg. All the neighbors came by and they said, oh, that's a shame. Really sorry to hear about that. So bad. And the farmer said, maybe. And then the next day, an officer came from the army. They were conscripting young men in the area to go to war and fight on the front, very likely die. But since the farmer's son had broken his leg, they couldn't take him. So all the neighbors came by and they said, oh, that's great. You know, you get to stay with your son. He gets to stay home. It's great. And the farmer said, maybe. And that's it. That's the end of the story. And the point of the story is, like, you don't know if things are good or bad. Like, shit happens to you in life. You live through things. You get to make choices. You get to do stuff. But what you don't get to know, what you never get to find out until it's too late, is the outcome of things. You never get to know the outcome. So sitting there and trying to think about all the shit you think is bad, like, oh, this is bad, I wish I could change this and change that, it's kind of pointless. It's like, you really don't know what the outcome is of anything. You know? In other news, we're done with the quest. Let's go back to the flight point up to the north, and then we will fly back to the Emerald Sanctuary, get this stuff turned in, and see what what quest we get stuck on next. Tyler, welcome to the stream, buddy. Thanks for joining us today. Monica, welcome. What's the best DPS class for an orc? A warrior. As far as like, that's my personal choice. Orc warrior. But you know, I'm a big fan of warriors. And orcs can't be paladins. And I prefer melee, so with an orc it's either a rogue. A female rogue orc is really good, and then either that or like a male orc warrior would be good. Other than that, what else can they be? They can be warlocks and they can be mages. Never play a female warlock orc. And if you are gonna play an orc female warlock, don't ever use your wand, because it is the most broken animation that exists, unless they fixed it with TBC. But yeah, back in vanilla, the female orc wanding animation is completely busted. It's so broken. The fact that it is in the game like that still after 22 years is kind of amazing. Oh yeah, hunters. Oh, I forgot that hunters were a class. Oh yeah, you could play a hunter, but I don't know who would do that. Dragon's Bane, welcome to the stream, buddy. Thanks for being here.
The winds guide you.
Does her back look like it's breaking when she shoots the wand? No, worse than that. The character actually glitches forward. You glitch forward and then you glitch back. It's supposed to be like she's taking a step and she's like wanding, but she doesn't take a step. She like glitches and slides forward and then glitches and slides back to the starting position. It's not a step. It's just like a slide across the ground. And it's the most jarring, it's the worst thing in the game. It's the single worst thing in the game.
Winds be at your back.
I started one, I had to re-roll a warlock once because I started as an orc and then I wasn't going to be able to look at the animation obviously for hundreds of hours, so I had to go undead, which I really didn't want to do, but I didn't have a choice.
What brings you here?
I don't think I want to do this one yet,
We shall meet.
in all honesty. We have a couple of Moonwells we have to visit now. We have 2 Moonwells to visit. Let's go back and let's finish up the Timber Moss stuff before we hit level 53 and like the quest goes gray. And then we'll run north and we'll collect these 2 Moonwell samples. John Rex, welcome to the stream. Thanks for being here. Oh yeah, don't people need these for like some kind of reputation items? I see high level players in this area, like people who probably are not doing the quest. I see them killing stuff in the area. And I'm wondering if most of these people here are maybe farming some kind of rep item. I don't know why they would do that with TBC out. Seems kind of pointless, but maybe that's what's going on. And we still have a ton of people in the area killing these guys. And all of them are a higher level than I am, which means all of them, the quest would be gray. And now we're also looking for a named guy. It looks like the named guy spawns right back here. So we probably ought to hang out in this area if we can. See if we can tag him when he spawns back in. They're farming the necklaces for the neck beads. They might be bots. Everybody's a bot. A bot until proven otherwise. That's what I always say. Yeah, but what good is the rep? You know what I mean? Like, who cares about vanilla rep right now? Who would care? What's even the point? It can't be anything that special or that good. Like, let's say you need rep for an item. Whatever that item is, you're going to throw it on the ground as soon as you get to Outland anyway. Maybe getting rep for, like, I don't know if it's like a mount. Like, who cares, you know? Like, at this point, really, who cares? That's what I have trouble with. What exactly is the motivation? You didn't have to do it. You don't have to do it. Why does this person want to be in my group? I don't want a group. I'm sorry. I don't want a group. I just want my full kill XP all to myself. I want my loot all to myself in case something significant drops. You need neutral to get through the tunnel. You can get neutral without farming the rep item though, because I never farm the rep items and I can always pass through the tunnel. Yeah, you do need a little bit of rep to get through the tunnel, that's true. But if you're just doing the quest in this area, that should be enough to get you to neutral. And then there might be one quest you can do to the north, like right outside the tunnel, that would help you get the rest of the way. Maybe this person wanted to group up. I will group with them if they want, yeah. If they want this name guy, I will definitely let them get this name guy. I just didn't want to group for the kill quest portion. That's all. Oh boy. Looks like we got a friend here. You don't even, you just need unfriendly. Yeah, see, you can get unfriendly just by killing a couple of their enemies. At least we got the name guy. That's the big thing. Have I played TBC Endgame on any alts? I haven't played any TBC Endgame yet at all. Nope. I decided I didn't want to raid. I burned myself out trying to level this character before the pre-patch hit, or rather during the pre-patch, before the portal opened. And then I had to take a little breaky break from Classic for a while, because I completely burned myself out. No, I'm not a raider. Every time I think I'm gonna raid, the schedule never works out for me. The timing never works out. I get annoyed having to show up at a certain time on a certain day. Because of the way I play, like, I'm never very active in guild, so it always feels like I'm just showing up with a bunch of strangers and taking loot from their guild, and I don't really like that feeling. Yeah, I'm just not a raider these days. That's all. I love 5-man stuff. Like Wrath of the Lich King Classic, when we had like the alpha, gamma, beta protocols, that was really great. Same thing in Cataclysm with the 5-man like heroic plus stuff. I was really hoping they would do heroic plus dungeons for TBC, and I guess like maybe they decided not to. Maybe it's something they'll put in a later phase. I don't know. But yeah, I don't really care if I raid or not. Oh yeah, see, it's not about the difficulty. I don't care about the difficulty of the fights or anything like that. None of the fights are like difficult, you know. What's difficult is getting like 25 people to understand the fight. Like once you get it, you get it. I just don't like the scheduling aspect of it. And I'm not in a guild, like I don't have friends, so like it's not like I have a guild of friends who I like chat with and who I like see as human beings and they see me as a human being and it's like this camaraderie thing. Like I don't have that. And I feel like you really need that to have fun raiding. I don't think it's as fun just to like show up to a raid and like dip out. Like I think raiding is fun when you're in an awesome guild of people that you like hanging out with. You know, you dungeon with them, you play the game with them outside of raids sometimes, like you chat with them in guild chat. I think that's what makes raids fun. And if you don't have that, then it's nice to have just a 5-man like an auto queue path to gear your character up when you're not a person who has time to be in a social raiding guild. Every single mob up right now is a warrior, and we don't need warriors. We need 3 Pathfinders and 1 Gardener. Pathfinders must be a really rare spawn. We obviously have not come across many of those at all. All we're finding are warriors. Oh, here's our last gardener. That's a little bit of progress. And now we're literally just looking for pathfinders. There's no other areas to look for these guys. They all have to be somewhere in this tiny little loop. Along with the 5 or 6 other players that are running the loop with us. And I feel like they probably all share spawn points. So we just have to kill whatever's up when it's up, and then we have to cross our fingers that we catch some pathfinders whenever they spawn in before the other players do. Literally, it's just gambling. That's all we're doing. Just roll the dice. There's a pathfinder right here. Can I afford to tag him right now? Not really. My health is kind of low, but if I don't tag him now, we're going to lose him. I have 1 potion, but let's go ahead and try to pop a heal instead. Try to save the potion for something a little bit more dire. I wonder when it was the last time I trained my Paladin abilities. I feel like I haven't trained in a very long time. Yeah. So this is my available now list. This is my list of things that I could train right now. That's going to cost me about 30 or 40 gold. And obviously we have not been to a trainer in quite some time. I don't even remember the last time that it would have been. Maybe that's part of why I'm having some problems. I'm missing some important ranks of some important things. Healing things, damage things, buff things. I'm missing some important ranks. When we're done here, we're going to have to figure that out. There's a trainer in Orgrimmar, I think. We should be able to go to Orgrimmar, and we should be able to train there. Pretty sure. Have the temperatures here reached face melting level for me? No, not yet. We had some 80-degree days that were very unseasonably warm. But I didn't mind, because before that it was unseasonably cold. We just kind of keep vacillating between, like, it's cold, it's warm, it's cold, it's warm, and that's pretty typical for spring. In Michigan, we haven't gotten any, like, really bad weather where I'm at. A lot of people have gotten some really bad weather. I always feel bad complaining about my weather because it's actually very mild compared to a lot of the country. No, it's been nice here. Like yesterday, it's been 70 for a few days. Today it's chilly. Today it's only like gonna hit the 50s. But I like that. I don't mind when it's warm for a couple days, then it's chilly for a couple days. I kind of like the vacillation of it. It's better than being stuck with one or the other permanently. No idea what summer's gonna be like though. Hitting the 80s like in April like we've done a couple times, like that's kind of scary. I think we're probably gonna have some really, really hot days eventually. But eventually might be a little ways down the road. I've been making myself go outside every day and play with the dogs, and like regardless of what the weather's like, we spend time outside playing. What kind of dogs do I got? The annoying kind. But they're more annoying when I don't exercise them daily, so... Just a couple of mutts. One of them is big, one of them is little. Just some pointy-eared mutts. But I'm stuck with them. So I try to at least wear them out. And that way they don't bother me so much in the evening if they're good and tired. Would I consider re-speccing to get Crusader Strike? I don't really think Crusader Strike's gonna be great. We could do it. But to do it now, I'd be giving up like 10% strength. Is giving up 10% strength on every single melee swing gonna be worth hitting Crusader Strike on a 6-second cooldown for 110% weapon damage? I don't know that it is. You know what I mean? Like the 10% strength benefits me every single time I swing my weapon. Crusader Strike does 110% weapon damage, which is really weak. And it's on a 6-second cooldown, which is a little while. And I just don't think it's very good. I don't think Crusader Strike gets good until Wrath of the Lich King. I think Wrath is really when like you gotta get your Crusader Strike, your Divine Storm, like... I don't know if it's any good in TBC, or if it's just like, hey, here's an ability, it's filler, you have to get to level 50 to even open it up. I don't know. We can think about it. Yeah, we can get a little bit of the strength. Yeah, we can look at it and see, but I don't think it's gonna be like class changing, you know what I mean? I don't think I'm gonna get Crusader Strike and suddenly I'm gonna be like, oh wow, we're plowing through enemies. We're so badass now. Like I hope that happens, but I don't think that's gonna happen at all. I think it's gonna feel very much the same, but I'm gonna have to move my abilities around on my action bar. So I'm not really looking forward to having to do that. I don't need Righteous Defense out. Like that's a button. There we go. That's one button. Yeah, we can check it out. We might as well. If we ever finish this quest, which is, at this point, like, who knows? Who knows what it'll take? Just a lot of blind luck at this point. I gotta get into somebody's group here. If I don't get into somebody's group, I'm never gonna find a frickin' Pathfinder. So maybe this will help. We get into this person's group. Maybe they find a Pathfinder, maybe we find a Pathfinder, whatever. Either way. If it gets us out of here so we can go train, then I'll be happy. Crusader Strike is filler, basically. Yeah, and I don't need filler. So, like, we'll grab it, but I might not even like having it. I might grab it and then decide to spec back out of it. Because what I don't need in Classic is filler. Like, if I want filler, I'll go play my Midnight Pally. I got lots of buttons to slam. I get to slam buttons on that till my hand hurts. So in Classic, I don't really just need more buttons to push. Unless they're going to be really impactful or really strong. This guy kicked us out of his group immediately. We were in a group for like 10 seconds. Yeah, the next character we level, I'm going to boost it at level 50. Like, whatever we level next. Whether it's a Blood Elf Warlock, or a Blood Elf Priest, or a Blood Elf Mage. You guys see where I'm going. Yeah, but we're going to play it to level 50. And then we're going to boost it the last 8 levels. Just because I feel like that's the way to go. These quests become maliciously designed at this level. It's obvious that you're going to spend forever here looking for these guys, right? Like, because there aren't a lot of guys. It's a really small area, and it's just obviously designed that you're going to spend hours here running in circles. Which is fine when you have nothing else that you're going to do. Like, when level 60 is the level cap, then, like, whatever, you could spend hours here. It's totally fine. When you're thinking, gee, like, I really want to get through the Dark Portal, then spending 3 hours on this quest is not as appealing. You know what I mean? Not quite as appealing. And so many quests are becoming just like that. Where they're clearly designed, just they want you to fight for the kill XP, which is great. You know, the kill XP's been okay. But they make it damn near impossible to finish the quest. In a world where there's any other players around at all. Which that's the world you always want to be in. You don't ever want there to be a time when it's just like, oh, well, the zone is completely empty, so therefore I can do the quest. You kind of always want there to be some people around. But for quests like this, people around equals you not doing the quest. It's crazy. We need 2 more Pathfinders. Like, I don't know if this is worth my time. Actually, I'm becoming more and more convinced that it's not worth my time in any way. And so what I'm going to do, instead of continuing to spend my time here, I'm gonna fly up here. We're gonna go after the Tainted Moonwell, which are objects that we can grab regardless of the player density and regardless of respawn rates. We're gonna get those done, and after that, then we'll probably head to Orgrimmar and train. And maybe at that point, we're looking at going into Ungoro Crater. You know, like, I'd rather be level 54. It doesn't look like we're not gonna get 54 here no matter what. Even if I can get this quest done and things become a little bit more smooth, I don't think there's any way that we hit 54, so we probably just ought to go into Ungoro Crater pretty soon. We also have some quests we gotta turn in back down in Feralas and Tanarus. Pretty sure we have a big turn in both of those zones. So it'd be nice to get those turned in and collect the XP.
How? Walk with
We usually don't quest in Felwood. I mean, I try to bring all my characters through here for a little bit. The problem is there's not a lot to do. The other problem is the bottlenecks. And then the other problem is the level disparity. Like, there's some low-level stuff down here, but then the stuff up to the north is a much higher level. So, like, characters have to kind of come here, but, like, maybe they don't. Like, maybe they don't have to come here. You know, we could have gone right to Ungoro at level 52, and that would have been okay. But no, I think boosting at 50 is the answer. I think that's the answer to every single problem that I could potentially have. Because the 1 to 50 is pretty enjoyable. I dig the 1 to 50. It's getting these last 8 levels that's very painful. And I would pay. I guess I'm going to reach a point where I'm going to be willing to pay to not do these 8 levels again. Like, we'll do them on this character because we're already into it. But the next character that I level up, I'm just going to boost when we hit 50. That's already going to be 200 hours.
Strength and honor. Fight well, friend.
Good rewards here, though. The XP here is really good. I don't know if they boosted it or what. Alright, let's go after the Moonwell corruption. 2 different Moonwells. 2 different areas. I swear there are kill quests back here. We don't have them, but they certainly exist. I'm gonna try to just run back and grab the Moonwell without fighting too many guys, because now I'm convinced at some point we'll be sent back here. Unless the kill quest here is only Alliance, which I find that kind of hard to believe. Alright, dude, you can go ahead and leash off me. Okay. Okay, 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 or don't. Just don't leash. Just hang out on me forever, and let's just pull 4 more guys while we're at it. Because that's the story of the day today. Story of today's day is, like, you know, fight 1 guy, pull 3 guys, and then oftentimes get killed. How am I not going to get killed here? I don't know. I'm going to have to pop a bubble, and I'm going to have to spam heal myself, except the problem with that is that I'm going to be out of mana. So that's the only heal I get. Hooray for me. We have a potion. Maybe the potion saves us. Not if we keep getting poisoned. It won't. There we go. There's 1 down. I'm gonna have to pop this potion. And we might still die. This potion does not guarantee that I live. Especially because I have no mana. I have no seal active. So we're doing 0 damage without a seal. It's just how it works. Oh boy. I'd have to mana tap to get any mana back. I don't even have mana tap on my bar. I have Arcane Torrent, but in Classic you have to mana tap up first. And you can only mana tap things that have mana. Which, you know, some of the stuff back here does have mana.
What would you ask of death?
It looks like she's gonna have a follow-up. She's doing some kind of role play. Oh, she poured the Moonwell water onto this cat. She found that very funny. She turned a kitten into a slightly larger kitten? Like, it went from being cat size to dog size. So that's cool, I guess. What else do you have? The corrupted water can be used to our advantage. With just a small amount of the water, my kitten doubled in size and seems to be stronger somehow. These cats may prove useful. Take this cat carrier and release the kitten inside next to the Moonwell in the ruins of Constellas. I'm sure you'll be pleased with the results. Return the cat to me and I'm sure I can make it worth your time. Okay. I mean, it's just running back to the same exact spot we just were, but it's like 8,000 XP, so how can I pass that up? On the one hand, I'd hate to turn around and run right back to where we were. On the other hand, it's 8,000 XP. Like, I'm in a bind here. We're gonna have to do it. What a depressing zone. Yeah, I mean, aesthetically, yes. Am I going to stream some retail soon? Probably sometime this week. I have to take, like, bite-sized pieces of retail, like... Because I don't want to stop enjoying it. There's story stuff I have to do that I haven't had time to do. There's more endgame stuff to do. Yeah, I'll probably do a stream this week. I might have a couple days this week that I can stream. I'm going to stream on Tuesday for sure, and then I might be able to do a Thursday stream. So if I can stream both of those days, then one of those days will be for retail. Wojwoda, welcome to the stream. Tell him I said congratulations. This day and age, living to 63 is an accomplishment. I hope I get there someday. Is it any good right now? Is retail any good right now? Yeah, oh yeah, Midnight's really good. Especially if you're a casual solo player that wants to have a sense of progression. Then retail is really good right now. The thing about it is, like, retail I have to do in bite-sized chunks and pieces. Because it's really, really fun. All of the stuff that I choose to do in retail is fun. We do delves, we do prey. And I've been having a good time with that. The story quests and stuff are good. The side quests have all been good. But it's kind of like... It's fun to play, but it takes a lot more effort and energy. For some reason. Like when I play retail, I have a lot of fun. But it takes energy. It takes effort, it takes energy, it takes attention. When I play classic, it doesn't take that amount of energy or effort or attention. And so oftentimes I'll come out of a retail play session and I'm kind of tired. Like I can come out of a retail play session and then like I'm ready for a nap. But I can come out of a classic play session and I have energy. And so it's like these two different things. It's like on the one hand, yes, retail is very enjoyable. But on the other hand, for some reason, it's a drain, and it's not a giver. It doesn't give me energy, it takes energy. Is it easy to get into? No. Not in the sense that you would think. Like, I can't honestly tell you it's easy to get into. I can say that there's a little bit of learning involved, but once you learn, you can have a lot of fun. But as far as just like jumping into endgame and like knowing what's going on at endgame and what your options are, like there's so many things to do that it can be challenging as a new or returning player to figure out what you want to do. But if you take your time with it, it depends on your perspective, because if you get into retail WoW and you just take your time with it and you learn things as you go and you go kind of slowly and you investigate things and like, yeah, you can figure it out. It's not hard, but I don't think it's safe to say it's easy to get into, because I think if I said it was easy to get into, a lot of people have had the opposite experience. Alright, what's gonna happen to the cat? She said to bring it back. So, like, I'm assuming we have to wait and see what happens. Yeah, it morbed out. Okay. Well, that's it. It's just, the Moonwell made it really, really big. So, like, the sample made it kind of big. The Moonwell itself made it really, really big. That'd be a cool hunter pet, though I don't know if you can actually train one. But let's escort it back. Is this guy timed? He's probably timed in some invisible way. Oh god. So we'll try to avoid some fights here. But we're not going to be able to avoid all of them. And of course he's not going to help us fight, because why would he be useful in that way? Did we not do what it wanted? Or is I'm just gonna assume the quest tracking is busted. It's still marking it as if we didn't let the cat out. I'm just gonna ignore it. It's probably just busted. The quest up here says to return the cat, so I think we're fine. Yeah, it's a Questie problem. There we go, we had to actually talk to the cat. Do I have a house yet in retail? Everybody technically can have a house in retail, and I have a house. I actually have 2 houses, one for Horde, one for Alliance. Do I ever go to them? No. Do I ever plan to go to them again? No. Will I ever do decorating stuff? No. I just don't care. I checked out the system. They built a really amazing system. It's just a system that I don't care about at all. And I have no incentive to interact with it. Alright, that's level 53, so that's nice. All the running around paid off. Let's fly back down to the Emerald Sanctuary. We'll turn in things there, and then we're headed to Orgrimmar so I can finally train like 6 levels of abilities. And then I think we're heading to Ungoro. That is the plan. Talent point, we're gonna re-spec anyway, so it really doesn't matter. I will do a re-spec. We'll get down to Crusader Strike and we'll try it out. We'll see if it's something we care about at all. See if it feels good, see if it boosts our damage in any way whatsoever. And we'll go from there. We have 5 more levels to go till Outland, and I'm going to speculate it's going to take us at least 30 hours, possibly even up to 40 hours to get these last 5 levels. That's my guess, 30 or 40 hours.
You wish to speak? Walk with the Earth Mother. May the eternal sun shine.
This one has a follow-up to go somewhere in the Barrens. I'll pass on that for now. I don't need that in my log at the moment. Let's go to Orgrimmar.
I've been expecting you.
Risen from the dead, thanks for joining us today. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. I'm gonna put all this Mage Weave cloth up on the auction house. We're able to sell this for like 2.5 gold a stack. So I'm just gonna keep selling it. I'm not doing first aid on the character. We're not doing anything else with it, so we'll just sell it, make some gold. Which add-on is handling the quest text? That's Dialogue UI. It has a light mode and a dark mode. We're using the dark mode. Is this hardcore? A negative, Ghost Rider. When it's hardcore, you'll know it. The thumbnail iconography will be hardcore. I'll have hardcore in caps somewhere in the title of the stream. When it's hardcore, you'll know. I won't hide that from people. It will never be a question. In this case, if there is any doubt, then there is no doubt. Flight timers are being handled by Leatrix Plus. But that's something that you have to come in here and you have to turn that on. So it's under interface. At least I thought it was under interface. I guess I don't know where it's at. It's somewhere. Here it is. System. Show flight timers. That's Leatrix Plus. Leatrix Plus is also the thing that's automatically vendoring our junk. And it automatically repairs you if you talk to an NPC that can handle repairs. It'll automatically give you a repair. Just less things to think about. I have a class trainer here, don't I? I could have swore we trained here the other day.
What do you need?
Yeah. Okay. He's here. Weirdly, he's not being tracked. You know, I have the tracking set up to show my class trainer, like on the minimap, and it's not showing it, so that's interesting. There we go.
Baladash, Malanore.
Let's do a respec. Let's unlearn our talents. That's going to be 5 gold.
Anu Belore Delana.
Oh my god, so many things to train. Holy Light rank 7, Redemption 4, Seal of Wisdom 2, Blessing of Light 2, Consecration 4, Flash of Light 5, Holy Wrath 1, Lay on Hands 3, Seal of Light 3, Righteousness 7, Exorcism 5, Wrath 2, Turn Evil, Sacrifice, Fire Aura, Seal of Justice, Devotion Aura, Divine Shield, Shadow Resist, Ret Aura, Blessing of Might 6, Greater Blessing of Might, Seal of Crusader. Whew, are we done? Alright. We're done for now. We gotta redo our spec. Our goal here is to get down into Crusader Strike so we can try that out. Let's do 5 points here. Reduce the cooldown of Judgment, that's good. Improve Seal of Crusader, I don't need that. I'm not gonna cast any Seal of Crusader. We'll go into Benediction. We'll grab Conviction. We'll grab Seal of Command back. Crusade is good. Getting the last 2 points here would be good. Two-handed weapon spec we must have. Sanctity Aura I don't give a crap about. I'm not using Sanctity Aura for this build. I need to get down. Oh, let's do improved Ret. We're using Ret Aura, so we'll do improved Ret Aura for 1. Vengeance, we need 5. We gotta grab this because we need it to get down into the next tier for Fanaticism. I need 3 points in that. Okay, that's good. That's the mana refund that we need. Let's go here. Alright, that gives us 3 points. I need to go back into Holy. We have to put our points into Divine Strength. So I need to come back and grab these last 2 points. I don't feel like we can afford to skimp out on those.
We will persevere.
Does that give us anything we have to... Yeah, Seal of Command rank 4. Okay.
Death to all who oppose us.
Alright, and then that gives us another button. We gotta get some ranks out though. We gotta replace a few things. Blessing of Light. I haven't used that at all. Exorcism rank 5 can come out. Hammer of Wrath rank 2 can come out. Holy Light rank 7 we need. Okay. Well, I mean, we'll see how this goes. I don't need this at all. I can just get rid of that. This should be okay. All right, I think we're good. Risen, yeah, I think jewel crafting is probably one of the hardest things to skill up. This is our failed jewel crafter. This character was going to be a jewel crafter, and then I thought I ought to try to level fast. Because I ought to get through the Dark Portal on time. As you can see, we didn't get through the Dark Portal on time. And we have no professions. So, you know, kind of a double bind. The moral of the story is like, you can't rush things if you want them to be complete. From here, we're going to jump a flight. Wait. What else do we want to do? I knew there was something else I wanted to do here. Auction house. Yeah, I want to visit the auction house. I want to put up this mage weave. So let's do that first. Then we're going to jump a flight down to Tannerus because we'll have to run to Ungoro from there. I don't think we have the Ungoro flight points yet. Let's check the price. What are these selling for today? Per stack. We want to check stacks here. Oh, it looks like the price might have went up. Oh, very nice. We're selling these for just about 5 gold. That's awesome. So we're gonna go 475. Let's go 490. Just be that person that just undercuts by like a little bit. That really annoying person on the auction house that just ruins everything. That's us. There we go. We'll make back some of the gold we just dropped learning like 6 levels of abilities we hadn't trained. We were up to 133 gold and now we're down to 73. So yeah, that cost us quite a bit. But at least now we're all trained up. So I'm going to put us on a flight. I'm going to take a 5-minute break. I need to get some water. I need to get some coffee. And I have to bio. So yeah, I'm going to walk away for a bit. How long is the flight going to be? It's going to be a 7-minute flight. So okay, I'll be back around 7 minutes. And then we'll go from there. All right, we are back. Thank you guys for hanging out. So we have a couple of things to turn in here, and then come to think about it, we might have one thing to turn in Feralas. Yeah, okay. So we might want to get these ones turned in first before we do a lot of anything else. Do I have anything left in Feralas to do? No, not really. Well, you know what? Oh yeah, we do have some Feralas stuff. We have the level 50 stuff up here, the Dark Heart. Not to be confused with the Xalatath's Dark Heart. And then we have Vengeance on the North Spring. Maybe we'll go do that before we do... We should do that before we do Ungoro stuff. So, new plan. Let's turn in these quests. Then we'll go to Feralas. That's the new plan. Is this a PvP server? No. No, you can't really stream on a PvP server because of this little thing called stream sniping that happens.
Yeah, what do you want?
Want you to take the powder to Marin in Gadgekstan, so like right to another NPC right nearby. Okay. I think we got it to like level 45 on a PvP server, like somewhere around level 45 or 50. In classic era on a Paladin, I remember we were in Ungoro Crater when I had to transfer the character to a non-PvP realm because too many people were sniping me. I couldn't make any progress. But it was fun until then. I liked open world PvP. But I have never received more hate for anything in my entire life than the times that we spent on the PvP realm. Every day I signed into the game, I had my mailbox had at least one hate mail in it. Of people who were just not happy about the way that I PvP'd or the things that I did while PvPing. Like, I've never received more vitriol in my entire life than what I received while trying to play on a PvP realm. And so it's not something I would ever do again. I had people follow me after that. They followed me to the non-PvP realm on Mankrik, and they were sending me emails there. I had people following me around in-game, just trying to block my view of my character and shit. Like, I encountered the worst scum of humanity while engaging on a PvP server, so it's nothing I'd ever repeat. No, people have always been like that. People have always been like that. There will always be people like that. There have always been people like that. You know, social mores or social constructs can bring out more of those people or less of those people. And depending on how and where you engage in society, you can encounter more or less of those people, but they're always there. They've always been there. And they'll always be there. And the only thing you can do is avoid situations where you aggro them. The Noggenfogger quest? I've never done the Noggenfogger quest.
What you want? Okie dokie.
I hate being turned into other things. I hate being turned into things that are not my character. Which is why I never play druids.
Be seeing ya.
Well, now what's he want me to do? Bring the filled egg of Hakar. It's time for you to capture the essence of the avatar of Hakar. Take the egg to of Hakar to the sanctum of the fallen gods in the sunken temple in Azshara. Like when they used to use the word Azeroth, and the word Azeroth meant not the planet, but Azeroth used to mean the Eastern Kingdoms. So like in the original Warcraft 3 lore and all through vanilla, like, Azeroth meant the Eastern Kingdoms. There was Azeroth and there was Kalimdor. And then somehow at some point in the WoW lore, Like the writing team decided like, well, Azeroth is going to be the name of the planet now. Oh, well, okay. Well, that's cool. Let's see. As cool as it would be to have this helmet, I don't know if we're going to get to do Sunken Temple or not. We can take the quest, but yeah, it's unlikely that we'll get to do Sunken Temple.
Yo! Hurry back! Talk to me! Keep it real! Glad I could help!
Oh, that's it? That's all there is to it. And then, well, I don't know what that did. You feel light. I used the elixir and I got like a slow fall. Yeah, it does something random. Okay, so there you go. There's your skeleton transmog. I don't know why people like this. Like, people act like this is like the coolest thing you can get in the game. Like, oh yeah, I'm gonna turn myself into a skeleton. Like, okay. Like, or you could just play a Forsaken, if that's your thing. You're not a skeleton, but you're bony, so it's close. Alright. On that note... What the hell is the Scrimshank Redemption? Discover the fate of Junior Surveyor Scrimshank. Okay, like, where's this guy at? Is he in a Silithid hole? Is that where he is? Like, way down in a Silithid hole? What level is this? 48. Is it worth /dance? Okay, is it worth doing this quest? This is not a dance, but this is how I would dance if I had to dance. Whatever this guy's doing. Okay, there we go. That's called headbanging. That's also not a dance.
Time is money, friend!
I need you to head into the gaping chasm. Excuse me? And look for Scrimshank. Okay.
Keep it real!
Yeah, the gaping chasm is way down here. Do I want to go down here and do this quest? I guess we can. I mean, it's going to be 50 hours to level 58. It's going to be 50 hours no matter what we do. So I suppose we might as well do this one. And do every quest we can. feel like this guy's definitely going to be down in the hole, right? But like, which direction in the hole is he going to be? Alright, let's start checking out Crusader Strike. Okay. We have pushed the button. Does it have an animation? Oh, we have the spin. The spin is the animation. The spin is also the proc for one of our procs. Like, we spin when we proc Seal a Command. So I guess now we spin when we Crusader Strike. I mean, it definitely feels like it's filler. There's that. We're still getting our butt kicked down here. It feels okay having it, but the problem is still we're still burning through mana like at a crazy rate. This cost 107 mana to cast. Should it cost mana? I don't know. I don't know if it needs to cost mana. Maybe it would be better if it didn't cost any mana. Maybe that'd be one of the benefits of like speccing down into it. Was that it would be an attack that doesn't cost you a bunch of mana. Since we have enough mana issues as it is. You thought Crusader Strike gave mana back? Nope. An instant strike that causes 110 weapon damage and refreshes all judgments on the target. Whatever the hell that does. Like, who cares about that? We're not judging anything onto the target that stays onto the target. The way we're playing with Seal of Command, this is not very useful. Like, part of the usefulness of the ability is negated by the fact we're doing a Seal of Command build. We're not judging anything onto the enemy that we expect to stay up. It is what it is. It's nice to have the button to push. I don't really think that we need it. I don't really think it does a lot for us. Geo, good evening to you, buddy. Welcome to the stream, and thanks for joining us today. So we're either looking for a person or we're looking for a person's belongings. I have no idea where this guy is. Questie doesn't seem to know either, like we don't have any markers anywhere on the mini-map. And I guess I'm just gonna have to explore all of the chambers to rule them out. I don't remember this quest. I don't know if we're gonna find a living person or if we're gonna find the item on the ground or what the hell we're doing down here. I'm not even convinced that I'm necessarily in the right bug hole. There could be another gaping maw somewhere else. But for now, I guess we'll just look around here. I feel like I checked every single room and we didn't find this guy. Oh, where's this guy at? Oh my gosh. We're not even near it. You know what? We're in the wrong bug hole. We gotta figure out a way out of here. Because this is not where we're meant to be. There's no way this is where we're meant to be. Oh, okay. That's great. Oh, here we go. Here's an exit. It's a pretty easy exit, at least. Now I have no idea where to go. Thought the dude was in a bug hole. We checked bug hole, didn't find him. I don't know. Maybe coming down here was a mistake. Do I believe that Wrath of the Lich King is in the near future for Anniversary Realms? I mean, not in the near future, but like inevitably. I need to go back. Yeah, to something. Some day, place, or time when I wasn't so stupid. Maybe like 20 years ago. That's where I need to go back to. It's in this room. Okay. Aha. Thank you. Yeah, I would never have come back here to check this out. Weirdly, Questie has stopped trying to help me in any meaningful way. You know, it just gave up on trying to help me at all. I'm gonna uninstall and delete. Now I have to get out of here. Maybe this way? Yeah, I think this is the way. Trying to go the way we were just... Yeah, maybe this is it. Apparently we can't mount up on any of this blighted terrain. Well, there we go. But we can mount up on the purple stuff for whatever reason. All right, let's get out of here. After this, we'll head into Feralas. When we go to Feralas, we can do the 2 quests in the west. The one for kill... Oh yeah, the water elementals and the shrinking giants. Yeah, we should be in level range to do that stuff. And we'll have to head that way anyhow, so we might as well. Hell, at this point, maybe we can hit level 54 before we go to Ungoro Crater. That would be pretty amazing. If we hit level 54 before we do anything in Ungoro, then I have hope, and I can have belief that this character can make it through the Dark Portal. Maybe without having to quest through the Eastern and Western Plague Lands. I would very much like to avoid the Plague Lands if I can.
Yo! Hurry back! Glad I could help! Hurry back! What's up? Keep it real. Hey, how you doing?
The bugs reminded you of Starship Troopers? Oh yeah. Oh, that's it. That's obviously intentional. Yeah, definitely. And also, you know, they're like the Zerg, and the Zerg were like basically a ripoff of the Starship Trooper bugs. It's all from the same source, right? The Zerg, the Silithid, its roots are all in the Starship Trooper lore, for sure. And then also, Warhammer 40k has a bug-like race too, don't they? Yeah, I think Warhammer 40k also has a bug-like race.
Have a good one. What's up? Keep it real. Hurry back. Glad I could help.
Hey, if we're really lucky, we might get like another StarCraft game sometime in the next 10 years. You know, under Microsoft. Because Microsoft doesn't hate RTS the way Activision Blizzard hated RTS. Because they're like, damn, RTS, we just can't make enough side money on an RTS. We can't sell players enough bonus shit that they care about. So obviously RTS is a dead genre, right? Because we can't make piles of fucking yacht money off of it. So let's just drop the whole thing. You know, let's just abandon one of the most beloved franchises in all of gaming because we can't line our fucking pockets with it. It's crazy. So yeah, maybe under Microsoft we'll get to see another StarCraft game. I loved StarCraft. Like, I was playing StarCraft, obviously, long before I fell in love with Warcraft. Falling in love with StarCraft was what got me to eventually play Warcraft 3 when it came out. I was like, well, damn, I loved StarCraft. I better give this Warcraft 3 a shot. It looks pretty awesome. Like, without StarCraft, there would be no Robert Rambles. But, you know, Blizz didn't give a shit. If it doesn't make more money than anything else has ever made, then it must not be worth it, right? Just like Heroes of the Storm. I loved Heroes of the Storm. That was my jam. I spent money on Heroes of the Storm, like hundreds of dollars of money. More money than I would care to admit. And then they were like, yeah, oh, it didn't bring us in the yacht money. So we gotta shut this shit down. Yeah, like they're like, oh, it didn't defeat League of Legends. It didn't immediately come out, and League of Legends didn't have to shut down immediately after this came out. So therefore, it must not be worth developing as a game anymore. And yet they've carried on with Overwatch for how many fucking years? Yeah, I was very disappointed when they shut down Heroes of the Storm. Me and 12 other people. And I was like, you guys weren't making money off this? This game got me to spend money. I never spend money in in-game shops. I never spend money in in-game shops, but it got me to spend money. I'm like, what kind of money do you expect to make off of this? It got hundreds of dollars out of me. Like, I don't know what kind of money they expected to make. It's insane. You still play Overwatch? Oh, I'm sorry. I feel bad for you. No, it's okay. If you like it, you like it. I played a little bit of Overwatch when it first came out. It was okay, and then for me, it got worse and worse and worse and worse the longer it was out. You know, and after the massive disappointment of Overwatch 2 existing at all, I was out, you know. They were talking about, oh yeah, well, there's going to be an Overwatch 2, and I'm thinking like, well, wait, why does there have to be an Overwatch 2? Why can't you just keep making this game, Overwatch, the game that I'm playing? Why can't you just keep making this game? Why does there have to be an Overwatch 2? And then it was like, oh, you're not even gonna have all the PvE stuff you said you were gonna have once they abandoned their PvE plans. I was like, okay, well, this game is absolutely dead to me.
Bow, 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 bow. Raccoon attack.
Oh, nice. Well, that's cool. It's not a ferret, but it's something. That's gonna be for your spring concert. You guys are all dressed up as animals.
Yeah.
That's really cool. We're never gonna get you out of that now, are we?
Nope, you're not.
Okay. All right, I love you.
I have a little tail.
You got a little tail? That's cute as hell.
I'm a furry now.
You're a furry now? It's a little early to commit to that, but... Well, thanks for showing me. I'm glad it got here in time.
Check out my YouTube channel.
Your YouTube channel doesn't exist yet.
It does, but it doesn't have anything.
It exists, it just doesn't have any content, and it's going to continue to not have content until you lead a good student life.
Oh.
And then maybe you'll have content on your...
Mute. Where's the mute button? Oh, it's this button. It's fine. Hey, stop muting the mic. Stop. I swear, if you mute that mic. Oh.
All right, out of my office with you.
Okay.
I love you. I'll see you later. They wanted to codify Overwatch. Oh yeah, like how they release a new Call of Duty every year. Oh, that's so bad. But the thing about Call of Duty is Call of Duty has a big single player campaign. And like Call of Duty games are drastically different. Like they're like set in different time eras. Like you'll get like a World War II Call of Duty, and then you'll get like a futuristic Black Ops Call of Duty, and then you'll get like just some modern day shit. Like Call of Duties are like, it's a different game every time. And the important part of that is that it comes with a single player campaign. And I don't think they ever fulfilled on the promise of a single player campaign for Overwatch. And so like, how do you justify making a sequel when all you're really doing is you're just making the same game? It's kind of crazy. Splintered logs. Yeah, we do need splintered logs. Maybe we can find one in this area back here. And then we picked up another quest for Hippogriff Music, level 47. Oh, I mean, that's about to go gray. If we want to do this, we have to prioritize this. Like, we have to go do it, and then we have to turn it back in. Because otherwise, if we level again, it's going to go gray. Let's look for the splintered log, and let's go after this one. And we'll turn these in, and then we'll go up here to the northeast, because we have a bit more time on these. And then the ones on the coast here, like, we have to get those done soon, too. We have to prioritize everything before we go up here to the north, I think. Is the way we have to do it. Anyway, I hear Marvel Rivals is a much better game than Overwatch. And I hear the player counts for Marvel Rivals are higher. So I think if like I was going to get into a game of that type right now, I would probably choose to get into Marvel Rivals and not Overwatch 2. I should install that on my Xbox and like tool around with it. Obviously, like, it's going to suck playing it on the console. But maybe I could install it and just tool around with it in my free time. The character design in Marvel Rivals, like, in my opinion, the characters look much more badass than any of the characters in Overwatch, which all look like kids' Pixar movie cartoon characters. But that's my personal opinion. That's just pure aesthetic taste. Or lack thereof. Alright, we kill him, and then I gotta click the item. There we go. Let's not forget to click the item. It only gets one at a time, even if there are multiple bodies next to each other, it only gets one at a time, and it has a 30-second cooldown. That's kind of brutal. Alright, so with that one done, I want to head north and I want to see if we can find the last splintered log. You know what? We could also check south of here. Questie seems to think there might be some treants south of us. Let's go have a look. Because I don't know what the drop rate is on these things. We might need to find more than one treant. And apparently that might not be easy to do. Now the problem is... I don't even know if I can get to where Questie is indicating. It's probably indicating like up top there. And I don't really... I don't know if I can get up top. Huh, okay. Well, that's exciting. How would one ever get up there? Maybe we gotta look over in this direction. I feel like, you know, like, there would never be a treant back here, like, under any circumstances. And so, like, another instance of Questie just kind of leading us on the scenic route. I feel like Questie often now, it will just lie to you, but it's interesting in a way because it gets you to go, like, into places you would never normally go. There's not a reason to ever come back here. And here we are looking for something just because Questie said it was there, right? They're like, hey, I put a dot here. You want to go look at the dot, don't you? But what if the thing you need is at the dot? You better go check the dot. Like, I would never have come to look down here. Because objectively, like, it makes no sense for there to ever be a treant down here. But here we are. I'm very close to uninstalling Questie. I have it disabled except for the tracker, which I prefer because it's actually it's readable. You can read it. Except for the tracker, I haven't been using it in my Night Elf playthrough, and I've been enjoying that playthrough a lot. And yeah, I'm pretty close to just chucking it right out the window. It's often distracting, and it's at a point where it's like hardly ever accurate. In the times when you need it to be accurate. And the way I look at it is, I can be completely inaccurate and totally mistaken all on my own without an add-on. In fact, I'm quite good at those things. Here we go. Oh, it says 80%. Oh my gosh. Cross your fingers, guys. 80% chance he drops what we need. If this were XCOM 2, we would definitely miss this shot. So let's see. We got it. Okay, thank God. Alright, I think now what I want to do, I want to go back and I want to turn in the music quest before we get involved with anything else. It's a bit of a hike. And in fact, let's make sure that we change our Hearthstone when we get back to Camp Mojave. I'm worried about leveling before I turn this one in. Otherwise, we can go out and we can do this stuff on the coast. You know what? We might be okay. I think we'll be okay to do this stuff on the coast. And then we should still be able to turn in that level 47 quest for full XP. Even if it goes gray, we learned we have one level of it being gray, where we can still cash in for the full XP. So I think we're fine. We're just not going to do the harpy stuff until we get everything turned in and wrapped up.
Yeah. Glad I could help.
Alright, so we need to zap the giants. That'll shrink them down, and then we kill them.
Hurry back.
Be good.
And we need water elemental cores. Tackling this at level 53 should make it pretty easy. Assuming we can find any mobs. Usually there's a bunch of them, like right here. So it's likely that maybe another player is working in the area. Yeah, it's weird not to see a single water elemental as we kind of look off into the distance. Yep, we got bodies, so we're probably about to get respawns back this way. If we saw no bodies, and now we're seeing a bunch of bodies. Here we go. Level 49 human paladin. He's lower level than us, we just have to get a little bit ahead of him. And then we should be able to start getting some tags. Oh, there's a bunch right here. Okay, let's start working on the water elementals first. The drop rate for this is 50%. I don't know when Questie started showing the percentage of the drop rates, but I actually kind of like having that info. Did I put out the new rank of Blessing of Might? That's a darn good question. I hope so. Let's see. Rank 6. I didn't. I have Greater Blessing of Might. What am I doing with my life? I don't have any Symbols of Kings. Dante, thanks for the call out, man. Yeah, no, I didn't have it. And in fact, now we have to get to a reagent vendor. Does this last longer? Oh my god, it lasts for 30 minutes, guys. It's the same buff. You know, it doesn't give us any more attack power, but it lasts for 30 minutes. You know how good that is? You guys do know how good it is. It's really good. Okay, I will say, with a Seal of Command build, I do like Crusader Strike, because then I can just leave my Seal of Command up if I want to. Like, I don't have to keep judging it to feel like I'm doing some extra damage. Instead, I Crusader Strike a lot of the times. And I can let Command just stay up for the duration. And then I can judge refresh when it's about to run out. So I guess I enjoy that aspect of it, especially when we're fighting low-level stuff where we don't need to put out like all of our damage potential. It's a good addition. I don't think it's essential, but I do think it's a good addition. It's kind of unfortunate that you can't have it until level 50. Because by level 50, you know, you've played for 100 hours. You're like, okay, you know, I've already gone 100 hours without this ability. Now it's going to be part of my core rotation. It's like, well, I could live without it. You know, maybe like level 30 would be a good time to get it. That way you have a lot of time to play with it before you're 100 hours in. Even level 40 would be good, because I kind of get the idea that, like, you want people to wait a long time for it because you want it to be a big deal when you get it. Like, I get that. So maybe even level 40 would be better. Level 50 just seems late. Level 40 would still be a long time coming, but then you'd gain like 20 or 30 hours of having the ability. Because for me, I got to a point where I was kind of resistant to having it. Because I'd played so long without it that I was like, yeah, I don't even want it. I don't want to deal with it. Maybe a lesson for Classic Plus. Crusader Strike, yes. In Classic era, Crusader Strike at 40 does sound okay still. Even if it were to be like 1 to 60 content. Seems fine. Oh, I guess I should probably use my item. Zap. Hunter should not get pets until level 20 to balance things out. Hey, anything we can do to have less hunters playing the game. Anything we can do to have less hunters. That sounds good. No pets till level 20. No, for Classic Plus, I want to see my two-handed sword, no pet melee hunter. The same hunter I played in SOD. I still, to this day, the melee hunter from the end of SOD was probably... It could have been the funnest melee class I've played. Like a made-up Season of Discovery spec. Maybe the funnest button pushing I've had. Like right up there with a warrior. Really fun. Really cool fantasy of being like a leather or chainmail wearing like ranger. Two-handed sword, no pet, just out there doing melee stuff. A really good fantasy, really good button pushing, and I need to see that spec in Classic Plus. It would be a damn shame if that spec only ever got to live in Season of Discovery. Because it was really good. Really good. They should replace, like Modern WoW should delete their survival hunter, and they should replace it with basically the same spec from SOD. Would even work really well in Modern WoW. And probably be better than the survival hunter they currently have. Which nobody seems to like. Yeah, you can use a pet, but why would you want to? I mean, I get why. I just don't want to. I have pets in real life, damn it, and that's enough. I don't need these added responsibilities in my video game too. Did I know that when I use Hammer of Justice and then use Judgment, it deals more damage to the enemy? Does it? When I Hammer of Justice... Oh, okay, when I do my interrupts. Does it really? Because it doesn't say it. Would that be an interesting interaction? If it does work like that, no, I didn't know that. It's in the talent tree. Oh. The best part of Hunter is the pet. I mean, that's an opinion. You're allowed to have it. Very nice. So that's 10 out of 10 for those. Still need a bunch of miniaturization residue from the giants, though. So, let's get back towards the actual coast. And we'll focus on those guys. We have a lower rank of bubble. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. Probably all of them are lower rank. Let's see. Rank 2 Divine Protection, rank 2 Blessing and Protection. Yeah, I'm like positive we have higher ranks than that. Yeah, BOP 3. And, no, Divine Protection is good. Divine Protection, apparently we only have 2 ranks. Divine Shield, we could do the next. I never used Divine Shield, though. What's the deal with Divine Shield? Protects the Paladin from all damage for 12 seconds, okay. But increases time between your attacks. Oh, that's really good. Oh, Divine Protection is only physical attacks. Oh. Ooh. And then Blessing and Protection is also physical. So Divine Shield is the only one that's going to protect from physical and spells. Well, that's important for me to know now. So that when I'm running away from shit and it's casting at me, I'm popping Divine Protection and like, oh, well, why am I still dying? It's because, well, you're not protected from spells, dummy. That's why you're still dying. You should read. How many Blizzard accounts do I use to play WoW? Oh, just 2. I have my US account and my EU account. Yeah, the EU account is where we do all of our Alliance side stuff in Classic. And then the US account is where I do my Horde side stuff in Classic and all my retail stuff. Yeah, just the 2 accounts. You know what? Aren't there giants over here on this northern part? This northern beach? I'm pretty sure that there are. Well, let's turn in the one quest that we've completed, and then I want to head up there so we can get away from this other paladin who is also working on the same quest.
Yo. Have a good one. Be good. Have a good one.
Okay.
Glad I could help.
There are other giants. Yeah, I thought so. But I wasn't sure if maybe that was just like a Cataclysm thing, or if it was something from Classic era. Lots of water elementals we could have been farming. Completely unbothered, but I don't see any giants. But yeah, we definitely could have come over here for the water elementals and had no competition for that. Huh. Okay. Well, that's good. Oh, snap. Look at that. Okay. Just had to go a little bit further than I thought. Do I think Blizz will try to shut down the other big private servers like Warmane? Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Especially the closer we get to Classic Plus coming out. Yeah, it doesn't make sense for them, since they're now making Classic Plus. It no longer makes sense for them to leave those servers alone. It made sense to leave them alone before because they didn't have a competing product. But now that Blizz is going to have a competing product, well, like, let's go ahead and eliminate the competition before we launch the product. Yeah, absolutely. It was actually very benevolent of them to leave those servers alone, like Turtle WoW and stuff, to leave them alone until they were actually working on their own Classic Plus. Like, that was actually very benevolent when it comes to, like, corporations. John Rex, we'll catch you next time, buddy. Take care. A 666 crit. Oh, that's lucky. I'm so happy. What part of my car is going to fall off next? Let's roll the dice. Well, that was useful. Definitely a quieter place to be. In the future, will definitely farm the water elementals over here. It's nice and private, nobody bothering us. But we are going to have to go back to the main area and see if we can get the last few giants. I wonder what quest they're doing. Am I gonna find any giants in this direction, or am I only gonna find giant bodies? Here we go. Last one.
Interesting. Keep it real. Hurry back. Glad I could help.
Alright, there we go. Let's head back to Camp Mojave. And we'll turn in our quest back that way. And then we'll kind of think about what we want to do next. Obviously we have the quest we can do back here with the Harpies and the Dark Heart. That might be it for this zone. Strength of Corruption. Okay, well that's something else. I don't remember seeing that quest when we were there last. So we'll definitely have... It looks like we're killing wildlife for that one. Don't forget to buy some water and food. Yeah, that's a really good call out. We are down below a full stack of each. Thank you. So yeah, we'll buy a bunch just to have it. We haven't really been having inventory problems, so. Libtercery. All I can say is you should have lifted, bro. Why don't you lift? I'm 42. You gotta lift. Like, you know.
Who you be?
I realized I had to lift when I was 20, and I realized I wasn't handsome, and I realized I wasn't smart, and I realized I wasn't particularly funny.
See ya later.
I realized you better lift.
Okie dokie. Later. See ya.
Should have lifted.
See ya later.
You pick them up and put them back down. Could have made all the difference. Could have made no difference. You're lucky to get the 3 years. Take the 3 years, man. You gotta take what you can get.
Hail. Goodbye. Be careful.
You'll appreciate the 3 years more since they ended than you would if they had never ended. Alright, so we did get a quest to kill grizzlies and ravagers. And now, since I'm not using quest tracking, I don't really know where they're at. But if I had to guess, I'd say they're probably right back here. And I think we're gonna go that way. And then we could do the harpy stuff, but before that I need to step away for a couple minutes. Wait, they are in Felwood. Dante says they're in Felwood. I guess I should read the quest, huh, Dante? Being a hunter, I strive to emulate the strength I see in my opponents. It is possible to turn the battle in your favor by simply knowing your enemy well. In a place called Felwood, north of Ashenvale. Yeah, okay. And we know exactly where they're at. Thank you. We could have been hunting... We could have been hunting for nothing. Okay. Well, we're not doing that right now. And that's fine. That's level 52. So we can go do the Harpy kill quest. We can do the Dark Heart. Fairy Dragon music. Yeah, the Fairy Dragons are in that area too. For some reason I felt like we'd already done this one. But I guess not. Okay, either way, I need to step away for a couple minutes. And then we're going to play a bit more. I will be back. Alright, food and water, and then we'll head out. Looks like our auction house stuff sold. Well, one of them sold, so that's like 5 more gold for us. I'll take it. Hopefully the rest of it will sell overnight. Ooh, reagents. Oh, we need symbols of kings. Very nice. 20, 40, 60, 80, 100. There we go. We got that out on the bar. Let's go ahead, and now we have might for a half hour. So very
You
good.
wish to speak?
We're gonna set our Hearthstone here for now,
Ancestors watch over you.
and we gotta buy a bunch of water. And then what kind of food do they have? They got bread. Okay.
Walk with the earth mother.
This is quite a run to kill 16 enemies. I'm very happy that we set our Hearthstone. Now I have to remember where they're at. They should be somewhere in this northern area. Maybe over here closer to the ruins. Here we go. We found them. And so, I guess on top of killing them, we're also trying to get an item to drop off of them. So we can summon out the named harpy, and then kill her, and then take her dark heart. Not to be confused in any way, shape, or form with Xalatath's dark heart. Oh, there it is. It dropped right away. Well, that makes things a little bit less complicated. She used to be an elite too? Oh. I didn't realize that. I remember it being hard to get the horn to drop. But I don't remember her being elite. I think this is where we're gonna summon her, right? No, maybe? Maybe not. There's like some standing stones. Somewhere. That's not it. Oh, wait. Maybe? No, requires Haytail and stones. Okay. We'll find it eventually. It's one of the other fun things about not using Questie to track the objectives. Is that I have even less of an idea about what I'm doing than usual. Oh, what about this thing behind us? Maybe that's the stones? I don't think so. Looks like a decorative fountain. Yeah, not the Hate Talon stones. Just some kind of decorative, like, fountain to a loon. For some reason, I remember them being up. In an upwards direction. Whatever that means. Yeah, it's got to be up top somewhere north of us. That's what I'm thinking. Here we go. This looks likely. Yep. This is it. No. Oh my god. If these aren't the stones, then I don't know. I mean, these look like stones and there's a purple fire. These stones, oh my god. There's too many stones per square foot. Yeah, too many stones per square foot. But we got it. Thanks. And there's the Dark Heart. Alright, so we still need one more Rogue Feather and one more Harpy. But it has to be called Harpy, as opposed to any other type of Harpy that we might kill. And we have another player here, looks like a Draenei Shaman is also working in the area. All right, there we go. I think we're good to hark back. You know what I didn't do? I didn't do this quest. But I feel like we can do that right outside of town. Let's go see. Yeah, I don't think the fairy dragons are too far from Mohage, if I remember correctly. Well, let's just go check. Yeah, here we go. These guys will do. They're really low level, but that's okay. One could wish for the item to not have a 30-second cooldown. Like a 10-second cooldown should be okay. It would be like small things like this that would be nice to see changed for the anniversary realms. Just small little stuff. Stuff you probably wouldn't even notice, but that would be quality of life anyway. But as I always say, the devs would have to play a lot of the game to be able to think, hey, we could change this small thing for the better. They would have to play a lot of the game first to experience said things.
Okie dokie. Be seeing ya. Later.
That was worth like such little experience points, the one we just did. It's kind of crazy. This one is treants. I don't know. I mean, maybe we'll find that many treants. They were kind of hard to find when we were getting the items from them. And I don't know how much more time we're going to spend running around Feralas, so I don't know if we do that one or not. I'm not sure if we should bother with it. Because I think we're pretty well set up to go into Ungoro.
How may I aid you? Ancestors watch over you.
See, in comparison, this quest is worth 8,500. And the music quest was worth, like, you know, very little. Like the 2,800 or whatever it was. So I just don't know if that kind of XP is worth it.
Be careful. Farewell. Go in peace.
Alright, well, we're pretty close to 54. We're not going to make it there today. I am going to park it for today. I have had a really good time. I really appreciate you guys hanging out with me and letting me play some TBC Classic. I think we'll be back on Tuesday. Yeah, I think Tuesday I'll be back on. I might be able to stream Tuesday and Thursday this week. And I would like to focus on getting this character through the Dark Portal eventually. We still got a lot of hours to go, but we're making good progress. We have Ungoro to look forward to, and then we have Winter Spring to look forward to, and possibly Silithus. So yeah, hope to see you guys then. Until then, take care of yourselves out there in the real world, and take care of each other. And we will see you back in Azeroth again very soon. Bye for now.